Hello everybody and welcome back to our mirror series, and in today's live we are mirroring YouTube's homepage. So I don't know how long this live will go on for, and it at least will go on for an hour. I know that much. But if I have to divide this series in parts, I will. But by the end of this series you will have coded YouTube's homepage essentially. So I hope you code along with me, or at least observe how I code YouTube's homepage. But I have the end result right here. This is code in labs. By the way, I have saved the code for the YouTube clone for on this site. That is our Codin website, and inside Codin it's Codin Labs. So this will be the end result. And I know that some pictures haven't loaded, and that's because of some problems. But we will fix this while we code this home page later. So it is responsive as well. It is responsive as well, and it also has a toggleable sidebar, which we will look into later, and it will change like this. So let's get to coding. Okay, I'll minimize this right here, and I will create a folder on our desktop called, let's say, YouTube clone. So YouTube clone, and open it, and then open up command prompt from this, and then open up this folder in VS Code. So we'll start fresh, and let's first of all, yes, I trust the authors. So I hope you guys have these extensions installed, that is live server and prettier. And prettier is not absolutely necessary, since this is just for formatting our code. Well, let's develop some code. Okay, so we'll name this index. So why is this complicated? I'll just name it index.html, and then I'll create style.css and script.js as well. So script.js. Now inside HTML I will just write some boilerplate, and then let's name this YouTube clone. So okay, this is done. I'll turn on autosave so that you can just quickly view the changes. Now before I write anything, I'll just open this up in live server and put this on the side so that you can observe changes side by side. Okay, so this is our blank page right here. Now I will start writing some code. Okay, first of all, we will create a header inside a body. Well, you know what? First of all, let's create some links to our CSS and links to our JavaScript file. So link CSS, our style sheet is style.css, and I will have to copy a line of code from this, since we do want our icons to show up. So I will just copy this. This is for our icons, so I'll keep this here. Okay, now what will happen is, after in our body, when we'll put some icons, the icons will load in. So let me just open Zen. Okay, now inside our body I'll create a header at first, since we have to start from the top. So header, this header, I'll create this right here. So okay, VS Code. Now header, I'll give this a class of header, of course, header, and then inside our header class we'll create a div. So I'll give this a class of header left. So header left, close this div, and then inside our div we will create a button. So a button which will contain, let's give this a class first. Okay, so class equals menu button. So menu button, oh I'm sorry, this should be in double quotes. So menu hyphen button. So menu button, and we will give this an on click property. So on click, it should, let's say, toggle sidebar for now. this will be a function which we will create later in our JavaScript file. Well, speaking of JavaScript, let's link our JavaScript. So above the closing body tag, I'll just type out script src equals style, oh I'm sorry, script.js. So this will be our script, and now inside our button we will put in our icon. So I class equals fab fa hyphen YouTube. So this will be our icon. Now after creating an icon of our YouTube bar, let's create an I'm sorry, this should be fa bars. So FABARS bars. So okay, after creating this, we'll create another icon, but we will wrap that icon in an anchor tag. So okay, after button we'll create an anchor tag which will have an href attribute of this hash, and class equals logo. So this will be our anchor tag, and inside this we will put another icon, this time the actual YouTube icon. So class equals fab fa hyphen YouTube. So YouTube, let's export this and then go live once again. So we can see that our YouTube icon has loaded, but this is blue for now, and we will have to give these styling later. So I thought I had put on autosave on, but for some reasons it was not showing any changes, so that's why I had to close this and open it once again. I'll refresh if I see no changes being applied. I thought I had, yeah, it is turned on, but okay. Let's leave that. We have created an icon, so for that we have created this hamburger. That is for the hamburger menu, I'm assuming, and this is for our YouTube. So YouTube icon right here. Now let's go on to our VS Code and create this once again. So after writing our YouTube icon, let's give this span tag, and inside our span tag, you know what we'll write? We'll write YouTube, since beside the YouTube icon we have YouTube. So the classic U and T capital YouTube. Okay, that is it for our YouTube icon. So after this division, we'll create another div, and we'll give this a class of header, but the header center part, so center, header center. Now after this we will type in another div which will have a class of search container. So for our search container, this division is needed and it is at the center, so I've named the class div center, and then I will give another div for the search bar. So let's open Zen once again. Now I won't keep switching between tags since this will be difficult to show you guys, so I'll just keep on coding and showing you guys the results. So as you can see, it has already been turned into a hyperlink, but now we'll give this a class of search container. So search container, right? Search container, and inside this we will create an input tag, and inside the type of the input we'll of course put in text for our search. So type equals text, and we'll give this a class of search input. So search input, and we'll give this a placeholder. This is our search box right here, and we'll give this a placeholder of, let's say, search. Yeah, right? Search. So SEARCH, and then a closing tag. Okay, so after our input space or input field, let's give this another button. So this will be for our search button. So besides search, there should be a search button which should toggle the search, right? So search button class equals search button. So search and then hyphen button btn, let's say. So search button, and inside our search button we will have to put a search icon. So I class equals fas fa dash search. So that's our search button. I don't know why three of them occurred right now, but okay, that's our search button right here. And inside our search button, that's the search icon. And after the search button, we will go outside the div, and then we have to create a mic button for our microphone. So after that, we will just create a mic button. So let's see another button, and we'll just give this a class of mic hyphen button. I'm sorry if the pace is a bit slow, I should pick up the pace. So mic button, and inside this we'll give another icon of microphone, right? So microphone, for that I'll have to use I once again, and then class equals fa hyphen microphone. So pretty descriptive fas, I'm sorry, this should be fas. So pretty descriptive icon names. So this is the for the microphone, and then after that we will get out of this div, and after that we should create another div. So this will be okay, the previous div for our was for our header center. Now this will be for div right. So div I'm sorry, header right hyphen right. So header right, and inside this division we will have to create a button once again, header button. So button class equals header button, a header button, and then after that inside this header button we will need yet another icon. So I class equals, inside our class we will keep fas fa hyphen video. So this will be for our video icon, and this is for create, you know, the create option on our YouTube. So that's for the create option, and after that we will create yet another button, and this will be tagged header button as well. I mean given a class of header button. So header button, inside this we will put an icon of class of class fas fa hyphen bell. So the notifications, so bell, and then after that we will have to create yet another class or yet another div for our profile picture. So not button, I was about to say yet another button, but I ended up saying class, but I was meaning to say yet another div. So div class equals profile button for our profile picture. So profile button, and let's say this just has a default letter, so it does not have any profile picture for now. So yeah, that was it for our header, and now we will be moving on to the sidebar. So let me just comment this out. I'll use Control/ for a comment. So we will just be making a sidebar. So for our sidebar we will have to create a nav tag. So let's use semantic coding. So this will be our nav, and class equals sidebar. So this will be our sidebar, and our our ID will also equal to sidebar, and inside our nav tag we will create a div which will have a class of sidebar section, right? Sidebar section. And inside this sidebar section we will create an anchor tag which will have an href attribute of just a hash for now, and its class will equal. So I'm leaving this href active attributes as it is, since we will just be coding a static home page for now. But in our as the series progresses, we will code on furthermore pages. So I will have to fill in these href attributes but for now I'll just keep it as hashtag. So class, we'll give this a class of sidebar, but sidebar item active, right? So sidebar item active, and inside this we will clip another icon which will have a class of FAS. So this will be for our home, FA home, right? So FA home, this will be for our home button. And after that we will of course have to type in span and then home. So this is for our home page. And just to make it sure, just so you guys know, we will be coding this section. So when we click on home and we have a home page of YouTube, we will be coding that for today in our mirror series. So okay, that's done, home, right? And after that home, we will have to create another anchor tag, and this time it is for our explorer section. So href equals hashtag, and then class equals sidebar item. So we will have to create an icon. So for that, I class equals FAS compass. So FAS, oh, I'm sorry, FAS FA, oh no hyphen, FAS FA, and then I will have to write compass. So that is for our explore section. So we'll create yet another span, and there is a pattern here, icon then span, icon span. So not home, so I'm sorry, this should be explore, and this will be for our explore page, explore, right? Now after our explore page, we will have to create yet another icon and span combo. So this will be for our subscriptions. So no, shorts first of all, not subscriptions. So href equals hashtag. Once again, you know what, maybe I should not do this one by one, I should just create as many as I can. So first of all, let's see how many we have. So 1 2 3 for now. There's a line right here, so I'm assuming there will be 2 more for now, and let's see what we'll have to do later. So I'll just copy this, let's not leave a dot. So control V. So not compass, we will want a play dash circle. So play circle, but instead we'll have shorts since it has a short section now, and we will have to give this a class of sidebar item as well. So this does not change anything, but we have to change the icons and the tags, so span tags I mean. So FA list, and this will be a list of subscriptions. So subscriptions. Now you can see this forming shape. Now we will of course have to style all of this. This is just a pure HTML for now. Now these are our sidebar items, so we will have to get out of the div, I'm assuming right now. So yeah, we'll have to get out of the div, and since there's a divider, we'll have to create another div. So let's say this div is named, this is just for the divider, so div class equals sidebar divider. So sidebar divider, and we'll leave it as it is since this is a divider, and we'll have to create another div. So div class equals sidebar section. So sidebar section. And then inside the sidebar section, we will create another anchor tag, which will have an href attribute of hashtag. And then inside this, we will have to create a class called, is it the same format? Yes, it is the same format, since we'll follow this. So 4 more. So I have copied the code and I will put in 4 more. Okay, so delete this, control V1, control V2. Okay, I'll just have to use prettier to format this. I just pressed Alt Shift F and it formatted this for me. So I do recommend installing this prettier extension, since it formats for you automatically. Okay, 1 2 3 4. Format this once again. Now we have 4 more. Now we have to style this according to our library history. What was that? Library history, and then watch later, and then liked videos. So I'll be putting in icons and span content according to that. So first of all, okay, for our, where does it start from? It starts from here, right? Yeah, it starts from here. So for our what was it once again? I'm really sorry. It was library, right? Okay, for our library, I'll have to put in folder icon. So folder, and then it'll be library, and then for our history, I'm assuming, right? Okay, let me history, watch later, and then liked videos. Okay, history, watch later, and like videos. So for that, we'll have to put in history, and then inside this, history, and then after that we'll have to put in a clock for our watch later. So clock, and then this will be watch later, and after that for our liked videos, fa hyphen thumbs hyphen up. Okay, fa thumbs up, and after that we'll have to put in liked videos. Okay, liked videos, liked videos. And after that we'll have to create yet another divider, since this is it, and then subscriptions, tech channel, basically our subscriptions. So it'll be the same icon but different span tag. So okay, use the circle, that will be our icon. Now I'll head on to VS Code and this Zen browser. So okay, after getting out of this, we will, okay, it seems like I didn't wrap this inside a div. Is that correct? Yeah, I didn't wrap this inside a div. So it should be div, and all of these should be inside this. But before putting them there, I'll have to create a class called sidebar section once again. So sidebar section, and all of this should be inside the sidebar section. So all of this, Control X and then Control V. Okay, I formatted it as well. This is inside our div. Now we will create another div, which will be our divider once again. So this will have a class of course, divider, sidebar divider. Yep. So sidebar divider. And after that, we'll create another div once again, which will have an ID of sidebar section. Sidebar section. Okay. And inside our sidebar section, we will create just a div, because this is a title, it does not have any icons. We'll create a div called subscriptions. Okay, so div, we'll just give this a class of, let's say, class of subscriptions would be good, I guess. No, okay, let's be systematic and name it sidebar title. Okay, I'll drink some water. Excuse me for a while. Okay, and we're back. Okay, so where were we? Yep, subscriptions. So we have given this div a title, or I mean class of sidebar title. Now we'll equip this subscriptions. Okay, subscriptions. Now there is our subscriptions title, and below that it'll be once again an anchor and then span combo. So anchor span, anchor span, anchor span. So but we'll have to create this as what was that again? User circle. So user circle. So user circle, this will be our channels, these will be our channels. So let's see. Okay, I'll keep this as it is. What was that? Tech channel, music hub, gaming zone. Okay, tech channel, music hub, and gaming zone. Tech channel, right? Tech channel, gaming hub, and then music zone. Okay, tech channel, gaming hub, music zone. Oh, we have to change these icons. So use the circle inside this as well. Save, 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 save. And okay, all of these are our subscriptions. Oh no, where's the subscription? Alright, it's here. Did I copy too much? What? Okay, let me search for subscriptions. Okay, it's right here, right? Oh, seems like I copied the full. Oh my, I'm really sorry. Wait a second. Okay, where was our? Oh my. Okay, I'll just copy this much, and I'll have to remove all of subscriptions, right? Okay, below this I'll have to oh, this is the previous subscriptions. Oh, there are two, I'm sorry. Here is the subscriptions. Oh yep, from here I think I have to remove a lot of things. Okay, so I have to remove all of this. Yep, I have to remove all of this. Not our nav. Okay, it didn't copy for some reason. Okay, I'm really sorry for this. Turns out all of it has been pasted. Okay, now we'll paste. Okay, I tried to achieve this. I just realized that I had copied all of this. I had done Control X for putting this all of this inside a div, so maybe that happened. Okay, so these are our channel subscriptions. Sorry for that inconvenience. Okay, you might run into similar kinds of problems, so don't be afraid to analyze and debug your code. Now after that we will have to put in our main content for our navbar. So you realize that this has all, and then gaming and music and technology and all of that. So for now we will create this bar right here, and it'll be scrollable as well, but we'll create this scrollable feature with CSS. And now okay, I'll create a nav bar once again. Okay, we'll have to exit out of this nav, and then let's separate this section with a comment, and we'll call this the main content, right, since it is the content types. So main content, let's have that feature, this feature. Okay, now let's get to coding that. Okay, so first of all we will create a main tag. So main class equals main hyphen content, main content, and then I'll have to put in an ID as well. So an ID of main content as well. ID equals main content. Okay, ID main content. That's just to be sure. But we'll have to create a div after that, and then give this a class. Let's say class of category tabs, since they are category tabs. Inside this div we'll create a button, but first I will have to create for one button and give this a class of category tag. So category tabs, not tabs, category tab. And then first of all, I'll have to put in no content at all. No, you know what, let's put in content since it'll be easier to replicate. So we will need how many categories? So let's see. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, 10 categories up to travel, right? So 10, we have one already. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Now the shortcut I use for this is Alt Shift and then down arrow. So if you are on a line and you use Alt Shift and down arrow, it will just copy that line onto your next line. So okay, why did I do that? I should have just done Control-Z. Now I will have, since this will be our active tab, since this is highlighted, if you see in this as well, oh, I'm sorry, if you see in this as well, this active tab is highlighted, and we'll have to change this state later on. So for now, our static page will have all tab or section highlighted, so I will keep this as active after our category tab, and then we'll have to change this. So first of all, let's put in gaming, and then what other categories are there? So technology and music, and music after that. So sports, education, it was travel at last, I remember that. So travel, and then travel, okay, education, comedy, news, science. So comedy, news, science, comedy, news, science, comedy, news, science, comedy, I'm sorry, comedy and news, science. Okay, so these are our categories. Now this, okay, first of all, it was from scratch, so it did not resemble YouTube as much, but you might have found some things familiar. So there's a YouTube logo, our search bar, all of our categories, all of our sections on our sidebar. So this will come to fruit after we have put in our styling and our JavaScript. So for that, okay, first of all, let's put in, what was that? Okay, first of all, let's put in a division. So this div will contain all of our videos. So this division will have, okay, let's close this, all of our videos, right? Let's close, and then this will be the entire div which will contain individual video cards, which we will add in with the map function later on from JavaScript, so we don't have to use HTML for each and every video card. So with this div, the div that I'm about to create is the div or the container division for holding all of these. So just to make it clear, I explained it to you guys. Now we will create a division, and this will have a class, and let's give it an appropriate name. This will be our video grid. So video grid, right? And let's give this an ID as well. So ID equals video grid. Now let's write a comment here. So this in this division, the videos will be populated by JavaScript, so JS. Hope you guys understand that. And oh, this should be inside our main tag, I'm sorry. Oh, double sorry. I'll close this first, and then okay, I'll use Alt Shift F to format this with prettier. Now this is about it for our HTML. Seems pretty simple, but most of our work will be done in styling and scripting. So this is our basic HTML structure, right? Now we'll move on to styling our sheet. So just to make sure, I did link our style sheet with our HTML. Now let's get to styling. I'll cross this right here, and for our style, first of all, let's put in the boilerplate code that is our universal selector, and it is recommended to do this for almost every web page that you code. So margin 0, since we don't want any default margins provided by, see, okay, if I do this, there's default margin provided by our browser. In this case I'm using Zen. Now there is some default margin provided by our browser. It looks clean, but later on if we put in any background color, this section will be white. So we don't want any of that. So since we'll do everything manually, it's better to keep margin 0, padding 0, and then box sizing, border box. I hope you check out our HTML CSS videos if you have any confusion regarding HTML or CSS. And now, okay, we will create some styling for our body. Now for our body, let's keep this font family of Arial and then sans serif. Now I don't know if you guys have Roboto installed or not. We'll have to import that with Google Fonts, and I'll teach you guys how to do that as well. So if we put in, okay, first of all, let's delete this. Okay, let's delete this, and YouTube uses a Roboto font. So if we delete this and put in Roboto and then comma, this should, if you have the Roboto font embedded in your files, then it should put onto Roboto as well. Now for now I'll leave it as it is, since we are concerned with styling more than font. For now, font is a part of styling, but let's style the whole web page first. Okay, so we'll give this a background color. I like to use YouTube in dark mode, and so let's give this a color of black. No, not plain black, but we'll give this hash code of 0f0f0f. Oh, I typed in O, I'm really sorry. 0f0f0f, right? Now this will be black. So these hyperlinks are blue, and we will style them as well. So first of all, we'll give a color, our normal text color of FFF, which is white. So now after our body part, let's style our header. So inside our header, we'll use the header class. I think we have given a header class idea, so we have given header. Inside our header selector, we'll type position fix, since the header should be fixed, and then we will put top 0, left 0, right 0. We'll leave the bottom out. So first of all, we'll keep a height of 56 pixels, background color of same 0f0f0f. So and then a display flex. Now this will change many things. So display flex, see, everything is trying to get aligned. So this is our profile, and yep, everything is pretty much aligned, and we'll have to style some more. So display flex, and then align items, align items center. So align items center, and after that we will put a padding 0, then 16 pixel. So 0, then 16 pixel, and after that we'll put a z index of not 0 but 1000, and then we'll put a border at the bottom. So border bottom 1 pixel solid, and then hash code of 272727. So see this navbar right here, this is forming. Okay, after this we are done with styling our header, but inside our header, let's style header left first. Header left, and then we'll put in display flex inside this as well. Many display flexes will be used, so display flex, and then we will use align item center in this as well. Center. Align item center. And after our header left, we will style our menu button. So this will be our hamburger menu. So menu button, just to make sure, let me check. Menu button. Okay, this will be our hamburger menu, in which we will toggle sidebar. So it is this menu button. Okay, menu button. And let's move on to styling our menu button. So inside our menu button style, will keep not color, background will be none, right? Background none. So you can see changes already. Background none, and then border none, and then wait a second, excuse me. Okay, so water break once again. I'm really sorry for that. Okay, border none, and after menu button, oh no, we are not done with our menu button. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll keep the color to FFF once again, and then after our color, we'll keep a font size to 10 pixels. Oh, 18 pixels. 18 pixels. I'm sorry, 18 pixels. A semicolon right here. Font size 18 pixels, and after that we'll keep a padding of 8 pixels. After padding, we will put our cursor to pointer. So cursor pointer border radius, border radius of 50%. Okay, what is this? I'm sorry. Border radius 50%, and after our border radius, we'll give this a margin right of 16 pixel. And after our margin right, we are done with styling our menu button. So see pointer. Okay, now after our menu button, we'll create a menu button hover state. So menu button hover. We'll change the background color. Oh, sorry, backdrop filter. Background color to 272727. 272727. Okay. So we might have to style that as well, or it might be because okay. So background color change, and now we will style our logo. So dot logo, and for our logo we'll put in display flex. So display flex and display flex, but after display flex we will put in its align items. Align items as center. And after that we will put text decoration to none, so it will remove those lines, and then we will put in color to white. So okay, pretty nice. We'll have to style the button as well. So after that we will style the YouTube logo. So right now it's white, but we'll have to turn that into red. So we are done with our logo styling. Now dot logo, but inside our logo we will keep the font size to 24 pixels, and then after that we will give this a color. So color, for our red color, it will have a hash code of FF, then it's 4 zeros, right? So our YouTube logo is looking pretty familiar. So after that, we will have to put in margin right, right? So margin right 8 pixel. So this is sticking to YouTube. We don't want that, so 8 pixels will be fine. 8 pixels. Okay, looking pretty good. Now after that, we will style our logo, but not logo. We'll style our span, which will be our YouTube text. So dot logo and YouTube text. So font size will of course have to change that to a bigger size. So font size will be 20 pixels. 20 pixels, and then after that we'll put a font weight to bold, since it is a title YouTube. So font weight bold, right? Okay, so after that we will have to style our header center. So we'll style our nav bar now, or I mean search bar now. So header and then dot center. Oh no, not dot center, hyphen center. Header center. So we'll give this a style of flex 1, and after that we'll just put in display flex. So before flex 1 we should put display flex, right? And then flex 1, display flex 1. Okay, so it is looking pretty aligned. Now flex 1, and after display flex we'll put in justify content. So justify content, we will put center, so we want those items in the center. So boom, okay, center, and then we will put a max width of 640 pixels. So it will switch out to 640. Oh, I'm sorry, 640 pixels. Now after 640 pixels, we will create a margin 0 auto. Now this will be the styling for our header center. Now for our search container, search container, we will have to style another display flex, and after display flex we will put a width of 100%, and then a max width of 540 pixels. Okay, so 540 pixels. What if I do this? Okay, it goes back to center, right? Okay, for now we'll leave it as it is, since we want space for our icons as well. Now search container is like this. Now max width is 540 pixels. So dot search input, we'll put a flex 1, and then okay, the search bar has grown, but we'll have to give this a background color of 1 2 1 2 1 2. So 1 2. Now border 1 pixel solid. Give this to 27. Did I make a mistake? Oh yeah, 227 27. This should be 27. Okay. No, this shouldn't be anything at all. So 27 27 27. After that, color for our text input will be, and then after our color we'll add a padding of 8 pixels and 12 pixels. Our font size will be 16 pixels, and then we'll give this a border radius, border radius of 40 pixels, 0 0, then 40 pixels once again. So right, this will smooth out our edges, so looking more like the YouTube search bar. Okay, border radius will smooth out our edges, and outline none, so no outline. Now after that, we'll style our search input when we click on it. So first of all, we'll create search input, and we'll give this focus. So in our state of focus, we'll give this a border color of blue, kind of blue. So for that, I'll have to put in a hash code of 1C 62B9. So 62B9, and then close this. Now let's see. Okay. Now after search input focus, we'll give this a search button. We'll style our search button. We'll give it oh, I'm sorry, it should be button, BTN. Search button, search input. Okay, everything is in check. Search button, and we'll give this a style of background color at first. Background color, this will be 27272727, and then after our background color, we'll have to put in a border of 1 pixel, solid, and this border color will be same as well, 272727. Now after our border, we'll give this a color yet again of FFF, and then we will put here a padding of first of all 8 pixel and left, and then 16 pixel. Okay, good enough. So 16 pixel, and after that we can see the changes already. Now that's not okay. This is top and bottom, I think. And padding, let's see, 8. Okay, after padding, we will give this a cursor pointer. So cursor pointer, and after our cursor is pointer, and after cursor pointer, we will put in a border radius. So border radius of first of all 0, 40 pixel, 40 pixel, and 0. Okay, 40 pixel, 40 pixel, 0. Okay, now after that, we will type out border left none. Okay, so after, this is the styling for our search button. Now after our search button, we have to include microphone. So after that, we'll first create a state styling. So search button and then hover, right? So while hovering, it should change its background color to 3D. So 3D gray. Okay, good. Now after that, we will style our mic button. So dot mic button, and this will have a styling of, first of all, background color will give this the same 2727 27. So after our background color, we will have our border. So border none, and after border we'll have color same styling FFF, and after that we will have a width of 40 pixels, and after our width of 40 pixels we'll have our height of 14 pixels. I mean 40 pixels. So 40 pixels, width of 40 pixels, height of 40 pixels. Now we have to give this a border radius as well. Since this will be a circular mic button, we'll keep a border radius of 50%. Now this makes it an exact circle, not exact. Now this is compressed for now, so we'll have to fix that later. So border radius is 50% and margin left, so it's sticking to our search button right here, so we'll give this a margin left of 8 pixels. That should do it. Margin left 8 pixels, and then this will have to change our cursor to a pointer as well. So cursor pointer. Now after creating styles for our mic button, our search button looks like it's being highlighted, so we'll give this the same style. So instead of search button hover, we'll put in mic button hover. So mic button hover. Okay, and this is working as well. Now after our mic button, it's time for our create video, notification, and profile, and all of those come under our header right. So first let's style header right. So header right, we'll have to create a display flex since it is a container. Okay, now it's all in the same line due to flex, display flex, and then align items center, and then a gap of 8 pixels. Now they will be spaced. Okay, a gap of 8 pixels as well, and after that we will have to create a style for header button. So dot header hyphen button, and header button will have a background, not background color, it will not have a background at all, so background none, right? So background none, and this will have border none, and then color will be a white icon, so hashtag FFF. Okay, white icons. Now after that we will have to put a font size to increase font size to increase the size of the icons to 18 pixels. So 18 pixels. Okay, looking pretty big and nice. So font size and padding of 8 pixels, so I'll put in 8 pixels, and then we'll have to change this cursor to pointer as well while hovering over that, and then a border radius of 50%. I don't know, okay, 50%. A border radius of 50% as well. Now we'll have to create a hover state as well. So header button hover. So pseudo class, and then background color is 272727. So let's see. Okay, now we might have to add margin for that since these are pretty close together. Now after the header button hover, we'll have to create styling for our profile button. So profile button dot profile button dot profile button, we will have to create a width of 32 pixels. Okay, so this is space. Profile button will have 32 pixels width, and then height of 32 pixels as well, so 32 pixels, right? And after that we'll keep a border radius of 50% since we want this to be circular as well, 50%. And after that we'll have to use display. Oh no, first let's put in our background. So for our background, since we don't have any profile picture, we'll just have to create a linear gradient. So linear gradient we'll put in at a 45 degree, and then let's mix red and kind of bluish green. So FF 6B 6B, so 6B 6B. This is our red, and comma our bluish green. So hash, oh, hash is already there. 4ECDC4, 4ECDC4. Okay, so this is our gradient. It is pretty nice. Now we'll have to put display flex and keep this A at the center. So after that, we'll have to put in display flex, and after display flex, align item center, and then justify content center as well. So justify content center. Okay, looking pretty nice. After that, we'll have to put in the color just to make sure. Hashtag FFF, and let's say it'll have a bold font weight. So font weight bold, and then this will also have our cursor as pointer. So that was it for our navbar. I don't know why this icon isn't loading. We might have to change this icon. So this is our hamburger menu for our sidebar, just so you know. Okay, after our navbar, let's style our sidebar. So for our sidebar, we'll have to create some styles. Okay, we have a bunch of styles to create, so I'll try to wrap it up in 10 to 20 minutes, and then we can end this live. So okay, let's first of all sidebar, right? Sidebar. Okay, so sidebar, let's style the actual sidebar class. So sidebar. Now for this, I'll have to create yet another fixed position. So this will be position fixed, right? Since this won't move, position fixed. After position fixed, I'll keep a top 56 pixel, left 0, so left 0. And after left 0, we'll keep this a width of 240 pixels. Width of 240 pixels, and then height, we'll use it'll be calculated. So 100% of our viewport height minus 56 pixels. And then after that, we'll keep a background color of 0f, 0f, 0f. So not entirely dark, but bit of dark. And padding, we'll keep 8 pixels and then 0. Oh, it should be comma 0. Pixels, comma, and then 0. Okay. And then after that, of overflow, that too of y. So overflow y, we'll keep it auto. Alright. And then after that, our z index will be equal to 999. So 1 less than our navbar. So in z index, 999. And then transition, since this should be toggleable, so transition, we'll keep this transform 0.3 seconds and then ease. Okay, so this will be our sidebar state, and we'll create this class in or state in JavaScript, but we'll have to style sidebar collapse. So this will be our collapse state, right? So transform and then translate it by minus 240 pixels in the x direction. So minus x, minus translate x, translate x, minus means move to the left, so it will translate to the left. So since its width is 240 pixels and we translate it by 240 pixels, it'll just essentially hide the sidebar when collapsed. So this is when we collapse this by toggling this. Now after our sidebar collapsed section, we'll create dot sidebar section styles. So sidebar hyphen section, and this will have margin bottom. Let's keep margin bottom to 8 pixels, so 8 pixels. And now after our sidebar section, we'll put a sidebar item, sidebar hyphen item. So there's a bunch of styles in this one. So first of all, display flex, and then align items, center, center, and then padding of 8 pixels and 24 pixels. So 8 pixel, 24 pixel, right? Okay. Oh, already it's looking pretty clean after adding our padding. So after our padding, okay, let's see. Okay, before our padding, after our padding. Okay, looking pretty cool, almost like our sidebar already. Of course, we have to remove this blue tint and this text decoration. So first of all, we'll color it white, FFF. It should turn the everything to white. Okay, looking better. Now for us to remove these lines, text decoration none. So text decoration none. Okay, now time to add some more styling or font size. First of all, font size to 14 pixels, and then transition, background color first of all, and 0.2 seconds. So did I spell background right? Yeah, okay. After sidebar item style, we'll have to style it for hovering. So sidebar item hover, right? So while it's hovering, it should change its background color to 272727. So it's like, oh, I'm sorry, background color. How many 27s did I put in? 27, 27, 27. Okay. After this, okay, this will highlight, and this has a transition as well. Okay, looking better. We can definitely make it better, more better. So more better is not a word. We can definitely make it better. Okay, after that, we'll create sidebar active, sidebar item dot active. And for our active item, we'll have a background color of 27. Okay, since this is active right now. We have set this static piece to home piece. So since our home page tab is active, it has changed its background color. And let's also change its font weight. Sorry, font weight to 500. So 500. Okay. What about 700? Okay, looking better. Let's keep it at 500 though. Okay, sidebar active, done. Now sidebar items icons, we have to definitely style icons since these icons are sticking to our span text, so we'll have to provide some margin. Okay, so dot sidebar, what's that? Sidebar item I. So for our icons, our style will be width 24 pixels, and then margin right 24 pixels as well, just to separate them. Oh, not margin, I'm sorry, margin right. So I was a bit confused. Okay, margin right. Might be too much margin, but we'll look into that later. So for now, it's width 24 pixels, sidebar item I, that's it. Okay, with 24 pixels. And then after that, after margin right, we'll put in a font size of 20 pixels. Okay, now it's looking better. 20 pixels. And after our sidebar item I, we have to style our divider. So there's a divider right here after full let's say sections. Now in order to style that, I'll have to put in sidebar and then hyphen divider. So since that was our class provided to the divider, first we'll just give this a height of 1 pixel so that it seems like a line. I don't know if that's visible yet, so we'll have to give this background color, sorry, background color of 272727. Okay, so our dividers have formed. Now we of course have to give this some margin. Now margin, first of all, we'll give this a margin top on bottom of 8 pixels, 8 pixels, and then 0 on the sides. It's okay, looking better. So after our divider, let's style our subscriptions title. So start subscriptions. No, not top subscriptions, I'm sorry, dot sidebar title. So this will have a styling of padding, first of all, 8 pixels top and bottom, and 24 pixels to the side. So after that, we'll add font size. I always put in fonts, I'm sorry, a font size, not 24, it should be let's say 16 pixels. Okay, 16 pixels. Okay, it's the same, but whatever. 16 pixels, and then font weight of 500. It's the same, so let's keep it 500 as well. Font weight 500, and then after our 500, we will put in color. It's white, but just to make sure, we'll keep it white. So font color as well. Now it's time for the main content. So our main content was our bar, which consisted of content categories. Now we'll be styling that. So I'll separate it by typing out main content. And for our main content, we'll have to put in a styling of, first of all, main content. So dot main contents. Okay, before that, okay, main content. Oh, I'm sorry, dot selector, class selector. Okay, just a short water break once again. Okay, so main content, we'll give this styling of margin left. First of all, margin left will have 240 pixels, so 240 pixels. Okay, after that, we'll give this a margin top of 56 pixels. 56 pixels, and then after that we'll give this a padding, and the padding will have 24 pixels, and then transition, margin left, .3 seconds. Yes. Okay, after our main content, we'll have something called main content expanded. So this is when it is expanded. We'll keep the margin left to 0. Alright, and after that, we will style it as category tabs at first. Category tabs. category hyphen tabs. Oh, I'm sorry, what did I do? Okay, category tabs. We'll give this a styling of first of all display flex, and then gap to 12 pixels, and then let's give this a margin button. Wait, first of all, let's inspect and see where our, what was it once again? Okay, it was our main content, right? So main content, let's see where this is. Main content. Okay, right now it's not showing. Okay, but we will do some styling first of all, and then check at the end after we have completed our styles. So margin bottom. For margin bottom, we will put this as, first of all, how much should we put this as? Okay, margin bottom, let's say 24 pixels, right? So 24 pixels, or like margin bottom 24 pixels. Okay, margin bottom 24 pixels, and after that we'll put overflow on, since there are many categories. Overflow, that too, and our X side. So overflow X, we'll put this as auto, and after that we will put in some padding at the bottom. So padding bottom to 8 pixels, and after that category tabs. Now that's individual category tab. Now this has some not some, a decent level of styling, comparatively more than category tabs. So first of all, background color, and then after category tab we'll put a border of none, and then color to hashtag FFF, and then padding of first of all 8 pixel and 16 pixel, and after that we'll put a border radius. Okay, border radius of 8 pixels, and after border radius of 8 pixels we'll have our cursor to pointer, of course, so cursor pointer, and then white space no wrap. So white space no wrap. Okay, after that we'll put font size to 14 pixels, and then a transition. Background color 0.2 seconds. Whew. Okay, after that we'll have a hover state. So category tab, but instead it's hover, and then we'll have a background color of 3D. Okay, and after that we'll have category tab, oh I'm sorry, category tab dot active, so which will be our active. We'll just give this a background color of white. So background color of white, so it's FFF, and after that we'll give this a text color of 3 zeros. So that was about it for our main content, but for some reason it's not showing right here. We'll debug this right away, and for our video grid we'll have to create the video cards from our JavaScript, which we'll be doing in another episode, since or another live session, since we have clearly went over the 1 hour mark, and we'll continue this later. Now let's see why our content might not be showing. So main class and ID main content, right? So main content, we have given this a style. Where's the main content? Okay, here's the main content or main content. Let's give this a background color first of all. Background color of red, let's say, right? Now where's our main content? There's no main content at all. So when we inspect and look at our main content, let's take this to full screen. Okay, our navbar looks pretty sweet, and our icons look nice. Our sidebar also looks nice. Now we have to add the toggle functionality, which we'll be doing through JavaScript, and we will also add the video cards to JavaScript. But I'm trying to see why the main content is not showing. Oh, I think it's because we have given it a z index. Let me try that. So main content, nope, it's not because of that. Okay guys, I'll try to explain why this is not visible in the next live session. If you can, I hope you will be curious and try out to see if you know why it is not showing on your own, and leave your guesses or answers or reasons in the comments below. Now this much was it for today. I'm getting tired as well, and I will see you guys in the next session, and until then, keep coding and keep being curious, and bye bye. Hello everybody, and welcome to the Mirror series once again. And in this second live of Mirror's homepage, or I mean YouTube's homepage, we are continuing with our JavaScript and some additional styling. Well, just if you're new to this live, we have a previous live session, you can go check it out, where we tried to create this YouTube's homepage, a pretty similar icons, toggleable sidebar, where we had this, and then yeah, basically we try to recreate YouTube's homepage, and we had gotten to this point, and we had a problem where this bar, toggleable categories bar, did not show, and I finally found the reason why. There's nothing wrong in the styling, but I had made a small mistake here. I forgot to give main class name properly. So instead of class double S, I just typed out one S. So it turns out that was the problem. And after we do this, we can see that the toggle bar activates. Well, it's not clickable yet, but we'll fix that in just a while. But okay, as I said, we have completed our HTML, most of our CSS. The only part that's left, I believe there's where we left off. The only part that is left is styling the video grid, which we have not generated yet, and we will do that with the help of JavaScript, particularly with the help of the map function. So first of all, okay, I'll close this, and we'll just keep this open for reference. Right now, first of all, let me just create an array called const videos, and this will hold all of our video data. This will be an array of objects, and those objects will contain the video data. So first of all, let's create an object having an ID of 1, And next we'll give it a title. Let's see what's the title first. Okay, the future of artificial intelligence. What's next? Okay, we'll give this. So first of all, title will be the future of artificial intelligence, and then colon, and then what's next? What's next, comma, and then comma. After our title, we will have to create a channel name. So channel name, let's just say channel. Okay, so in our case it's Tech Insights, and then comma, and then views. Let's say it has, okay, 2.3 million views turns out. So 2.3 million. And after our channel, we'll create an avatar, and in our case we have different avatars. So in this case, this has T, this has N, so we'll put in T for now, T, right? And then avatar, and we already did views, so uploaded. Let's say it's uploaded 2 days. I'm sorry, I keep typing 2 days ago. And then duration, that will be 15 minutes 42 seconds, so 15:42, right? And then after this, the thumbnail is, okay, we could just copy this, but let's go to unsplash.com and pick our thumbnail. So let's say AI, right? Okay, this is pretty cool. Oh, this is the exact thumbnail that was used. So I'll copy the image address and I'll put it here. Okay, I hope this works. So after this, we will create copies of this array so that we can change details later. So I mean object, not array. So 1, 2, 3, 4. For now, let's do 4, and let's just change the IDs. So 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and then we'll leave it at this for now. But now we'll create a function that will create the video card of the HTML. So we'll create a function which will create this whole card, that is HTML. So let's say function, oh I'm sorry, let's say function to create video card HTML. Okay, now we'll create a function which will have a descriptive name, create video card, right? Create video card, and then inside we'll pass our video object. This will videos, inside videos will be video object. So video object, create video card, and then inside we will return dynamic string, so this, and then inside our string we'll create HTML. So first of all, we'll create a div which will contain all of this. So we'll give this a class name, an outer div. This whole thing will be a div. So div class equals video card, and then of course we'll have to create slash div. So inside our video card div, we'll create a div for a video thumbnail and the video duration. So first of all, we'll create a div class equals video thumbnail. Video thumbnail, and then we'll create a closing tag of div, and then after that, what's this? Okay, after that we'll create an image tag in which the source will be the video dot thumbnail key. So inside, if this is our video object, its thumbnail will be of course the source of the image. So after that I'll close the string, and alt in alt we'll keep the video's title, so video dot title. And then after that we'll create another div, and this div will hold our video duration, so class will keep video hyphen duration. Close the div, and inside it we will create video dot duration. Okay, and after this we will come outside of the thumbnail div, and we'll create another div. Let me just format this nicely. Okay, and we'll create a video information div, so div class equals video info. So okay, and video info, right? Okay, and then we'll create a closing tag for the div, and then I'm sorry, this should be slash closing tag for the div, and after that inside this div we'll create another div which will have a class of channel info, or channel avatar, I'm sorry, channel CHANNEL avatar, and then we'll create a video dot avatar. Again, this should be $, and then a video dot avatar, and then a closing div. Closing div, and then a div class equals we'll keep a video details, I'm closing the divs right now since I don't want to forget later on. And then inside this video details we'll create a small heading which will have a class of video title, and video title, oh see, I don't want this because okay, video details, okay, every class is every class is nice. Okay, we'll have a video title, and then we'll close the h3 tag, and then we'll create a div once again, and this will have a class called video hyphen meta, and let's close this, and then div class equals channel name, and then this will have video dot channel, close the div. After that, div class equals video stats, and inside video stats we'll have video views. So video dot views views, and then a dot for now, and then video uploaded. So video views dot video updated, so uploaded. So video dot uploaded, we'll have close this, and this is our structure. So now this function will create a video card, and in order to populate the video grid, in order to populate the video grid, we will create a separate function, / populate. Populate video grid, and inside this we will const video grid equals document dot get element by id. We'll have video grid, alright, and video grid, we'll do video grid dot inner HTML. This will equal to videos our array dot map, we'll use map. So video, each video we will pass into our create video card function. So video, and after that we'll join them with the join, and we'll get out of this function. So it should create our video cards. It for some reason didn't, so let's inspect what's wrong. Oh, we've not called this function yet, so we will have to call it later on. So let's see if we call it, what happens. Populate video grid. Okay, so it is calling our video grid nicely, but of course we have to style all of this. So let's see if this is responsive yet. So okay, this is not responsive since we haven't styled it yet, but we'll make it responsive as well. So and this is how our map function works, and by changing the inner HTML and by mapping or iterating through each object present in our videos array. So I hope you guys understand that. Now after that we will create a toggleable sidebar. So toggle sidebar, and inside our toggle sidebar will function toggle sidebar, just sidebar, okay, sidebar, and we'll create a constant called sidebar equals document dot get element by id, and we will put an id of, we did put an id in sidebar, right? Okay, so we did put sidebar, so we'll put sidebar, and then const main content equals document dot get element by id. Okay, so class list dot this function should toggle a state, so toggle, and then toggle, where's toggle, it should toggle collapsed, right? Collapsed, and then as for the main content dot class list toggle, it should toggle expanded, so expanded, expanded. And now we will handle our category tab, so handle category tabs. Now for this we will first select not select, so document dot add event listener, and when the DOM content is loaded, so DOM content loaded, DOM content loaded, we will execute a function which will populate our video grid. So populate, so this is when the DOM is loaded, we should execute populate video grid, and then we will, why is this an error? Okay, so function, oh, this should be closed, so video populate grid. So this, whenever our our function executes, we will execute this function. I mean, whenever our DOM content is loaded, we will execute this function which will populate our video grid. Now we have to make it responsive, and we'll do that in styling later. First of all, let's finish all of the JavaScript part. Okay, now when after doing this, we should inside add click handlers in our category tab. So add click handlers, right? And let's say to category tabs. So when we click category tabs, as of now nothing happens. So but after this, first of all, we'll select the category tab. So const category, let's keep it small, category category tabs, and we will select this by document dot query selector all, all, and then dot category tab, right? Okay, in this we have selected the category tab, and after selecting it, we'll do tab dot add, oh no, sorry, what happened? So now first of all, we'll do category tabs, and we'll use a for each loop. So for each category tab, and inside it will be tab, we will execute an arrow function which will add an event listener to each. So add event listener, in which on click it will execute a function So this will be an anonymous function, and what that function will do is it'll um, do category tabs dot for each t, let's say, for each tab it'll add, or let's say remove, its active tab. So this means on each click it'll first remove all of the active tabs of, oh, what is this? Okay, we'll fix this. So what this means is, on click of the category tab, it'll remove the active class from all of the tabs, and it'll add active class to only the clicked tab. So this dot class list dot add, and then active. Okay. Okay, so now our active tab is working just fine, and this active tab is executing through our CSS. Now, first of all, this sidebar is not really responsive, so we'll have to handle our responsive sidebar. So let's add semicolons, semicolons, semicolons. Now, handle responsive sidebar. Now on our window, we will add an event listener, which will resize, and on which resize we will execute a function that's if our window dot inner width is less than or equal to 768, we will first select document, no, not this, document dot, why is it said document dot get element by ID. We'll select the sidebar, and we'll add a collapse state. So class list dot add collapsed. So this is if our width goes below 768. So document dot get element by ID. So get element by ID, we will select the main content after our sidebar. So main content dot class list dot add, we will add expanded, so that the main content is expanded. So let's see if this is working yet. Okay, so it is working. It is collapsing when we decrease it within a certain width. So first of all, let's bring this here, and okay, it's working. Now after this, okay, after this we will create an else condition. Else we will remove these states. So Control C and V. So we will remove the collapse state, and we will remove the expanded state. So okay, let's see, it's collapsing and it's removing. See, okay, that's how we are making it responsive. Now we have to style this, of course, so that this pushes it past. I don't know why this is occurring, but we'll handle this in just a bit. Now as for our JavaScript, this is pretty much it. Now we'll get to styling our web page and then encounter or fix any bugs that we encounter. So last we left it at video grid. Now in order to style the video grid, first of all I'll select the video grid itself. So dot video grid and then we will display grid and then we will add a grid template column. So template column, repeat, autofill, min max 320 pixels and then one far. So okay, we have to fix this, and after that we'll keep a gap of 24 pixels. 24 pixels. Okay, looking a bit better, I guess. And then in our video card, so video card, we will change the cursor to a pointer, and then we'll create a transition, and then we will transform 0.2 seconds. And when the video card is in the hover state, so video card hover, we will transform translate y, and we'll do this by -2 pixels. Okay, here are two transforms, so okay, I'll remove this. Okay, so it's kind of interactive, see, while it's, yeah, so that's what we did here. Now after video card hover, we will create some styling for the video thumbnail, and inside our video thumbnail we will keep its position relative, so position relative, and then after that we will allow a width of 100%, and after that we will create an aspect ratio of 16:9. Why did I put L? That was a misclick. So 16:9, and then after that we will put a border radius of 12 pixels, and we will keep the overflow hidden. And then margin bottom, we'll keep a margin of 12 pixels, and the bottom. And now as for the video thumbnails image, video thumbnail and then image, we will keep its width 100%, its height 100%, and then we will put the object fit to cover, so object fit cover. Okay, wow. So after that we will put a video duration of position absolute, and then we will bottom 8 pixels, right 8 pixels, and then we'll put our background color RGBA. So we just want to dim our this a bit, so 0.8. Okay, and after putting a background color, we will put the text color to white, so FF. After that, we will have to put a padding 2 pixels and 4 pixels. After padding, we'll keep a border radius of 4 pixels, and then after that we will put a font size of 12 pixels, and then font weight we'll put a 500. And after that, our video info, so dot video info, oh sorry, hyphen, should be hyphen, dot video info, we'll put display flex, and then after display flex we will keep a gap of 12 pixels. Okay, so a gap of 12 pixels is what it is. The thumbnail isn't loading properly, we have to fix that. Okay, after that we will create a style for the channel avatar, so channel avatar. For our channel avatar, we will keep a width of 36 pixels and then a height of 36 pixels as well. And then a border radius of 50%. And then background will keep a linear gradient, so linear gradient we'll keep it at 45 degrees like before, so 45 DEG, and then we'll put some red, FF6B6B, that's red, and then we'll put some blue, 4E CDC4, and then after that we'll put another shade of blue, that is 45B71, and after that we'll put a final touch of orange, so hashtag F39C12. okay, after that we'll have to bring the image to our avatar letter to the center. So for that I will put a display flex, and then after that I'll keep the align items to center and then justify content to the center, alright, and after that I'll keep the color to white to make sure, and after that I'll keep a font weight of bold, sorry, font weight is bold, and font size we'll keep it at 14 pixels, and then flex shrink should be kept at 0 to prevent it from shrinking. Okay, so that was it, and okay, I think it turned out pretty well. Now after that we will just put video details inside video. Did I do video details? Okay, video details is remaining, so video details I'll keep a flex 1, and then after that we'll style the video title. So for as video title, we will select it by video title, and then inside the video title we'll keep a font size of 16 pixels, a font weight of 500, and then we'll keep a line height of 1.3. After line height, we'll keep margin bottom of 14 pixels. Oh, I'm sorry, 4 pixels. 4 pixels. And then color will be white. And then we'll keep the overflow to hidden. Okay, we have to fix this later on. Now I keep this here, and first of all let's complete all of our styles and let's see what problem we are facing. So as for video meta, we will keep its font size to let's say font size to let's say 14 pixels, and then our color to AAA, and then line height to 1.3. And as for our channel name, so channel name, we'll give it the same color, so color will give AAA, and then after color, we'll do margin bottom, and as for margin bottom we'll only keep it 2 pixels, and then after that we will style the video stats. So video stats, oh no, stats should be small, so for this we'll just keep the color to AAA, and this should be color, not color. Okay. So it's looking pretty neat, but I think we have to solve this thumbnail problem, which we'll do in a while. So video stats, right? Now we are done with our styling, but we have to fix this. But before that, we'll create a responsive design. So we'll use media queries, small amount of media queries. So we'll use for responsive design, and for that we'll have to do add media, and then max width we'll give 1024 pixels, and for those we'll just have to style the video grid. So video grid, for that we'll have to use grid template columns, and inside that repeat autofill, and inside min max we'll have to put 280 pixels and 1. Now after that we'll have to put a gap of 16 pixels, and then for our next breakpoint, so add media, max width, let's say 768 pixels, so 768 pixels. We will use a sidebar transform, and we'll translate X. So since we have to hide this, we'll do minus 248 pixels, remove this for now, and then main content, we'll do margin left 0. So margin left 0, and then after that for our center header, so header is center, we will put a max width of none, and then margin 0 and 16 pixels. After that, inside this also we have to style our video grid. Oh, did I? Okay, I should put this inside. Okay, and after that we'll style our video grid too. So let's see if prettier is working. Okay, and then we'll style our video grid. So video grid, and we'll put grid template columns to repeat, autofill once again, autofill, and then min max, I'm sorry, min max, and then 240 pixels, so 240 pixels. One. Okay, after that we'll just have to put a gap of 12 pixels. Okay, that was it for our styling as well. Now let's see what problem we have faced in this right here. Now it must be in JavaScript or style, since everything in here is working fine. Let's see if, okay, so this sidebar is not collapsing as well, so we'll have to fix that too. Okay, so we have to fix up our CSS and JavaScript. So first let's take a look at our CSS. So okay, for our CSS, first of all, let's see. Okay, our video, okay, this is loading fine. I also see that our duration is down here. So for our video thumbnail, right? Okay, let's see if a video thumbnail exists. Okay, video thumbnail. Okay, I found a problem. Video thumbnail, it should be thumbnail. So let's see if it fixes things. Okay, not much, but that was definitely a problem. So video thumbnail, and after that, let's see if our JavaScript. Okay, I think this, since we have generated this using JavaScript, I think there's a problem in our JavaScript. Okay, in our JavaScript, okay, video thumbnail is video thumbnail. Okay, but I see that class. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so video thumbnail and class. Okay, it is loading. Our cards are loading just fine. Okay, this is fine as well. About this icon, I think I've typed out the name of the icon wrong. So let's go to our HTML and go to what was that? Bars. Yeah. Oh, here's bars. FAB bars. FAB. I think this should be FAS. Okay, that's right. Okay, another thing I'm noticing is this isn't loading well. This sidebar isn't collapsing well, and this main content isn't expanding. So let's check that out at first. Okay, now for our main content, let's check the HTML first. Main content. Okay, ID class. I think this is all alright, since these are just buttons and this is the main content. But okay, main content, ID class are the same. Let's search for main content here. Main content. It's saying main content is not no results. So I'm pretty sure we have a main content selected here. So okay, I see. It should be main content. Okay, let's see. Okay, now this is working fine. Okay, I think pretty much everything is functional. Well, a thing that hasn't quite satisfied me is this should be blue when searching. So let's look at the focus. Focus, right? I see. It should be border color. Now let's see. Okay, that's better. Now, okay, let's populate some more cards. Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V. Let's see. Okay, so a few more. I won't be searching images one by one. So I'm sorry for that, but yeah, this is just so that it's scrollable. Okay, so at the top, and let's see if I can minimize this properly. Okay, so this is responsive, and the sidebar is closing when we, push this up. Okay, so this is our complete code. So this is just a YouTube homepage, and this is pretty static. And up next, I think I'll be doing a subscriptions page, or at least playlist page. If we click so. Wait a minute. It should be library, yeah. Library slash playlist. So, yep, that much for today. We finally fixed all of the bugs that were hindering our code, and yeah, this is the YouTube homepage static. So we'll see you guys in the next live. Thank you.
Okay guys, hello guys, welcome back to another stream. I just went ahead and checked if we are live or not. It seems to be we are in fact live. So hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today's stream, what we're gonna do is basically make the snake game. So you can basically play it, it's fully playable. And this is a small project that we'll be doing live on stream today. So yeah, hello. Say hello to me if you want to. And yeah, that is pretty much it. This is a fun little game that you can make. So yeah, let's go ahead and make it. So before doing that, I also want to pull out chat. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. So I also want to pull out chat here. If I could just pop out chat, like I think I could hold up. Okay, there we go. I have chat pulled out on my second screen here. So let's go ahead and build that. I hope you guys are excited. If you are, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, let's get started with the stream, shall we? Okay. So the first thing that we have to do, and here I can just type our boilerplate code. So this is our boilerplate code for our game, right? And the first thing that we have to do here is actually make our grid, right? But actually, before that, we have to set up our style tag. So there are a couple of things that we have to do. Is the first thing is to get our font awesome link, right? So I'm just gonna do link, right? And relation, I'm just gonna use style sheet. And here we can do href, and inside this we can put our link. So but I don't have the link on me, so I'm just going to Google. So I'm just going to do font awesome Cloudflare link. So if we do that, I think we should be I can probably get the link somehow. So there we go. So I got the link. There we go. So I'm just gonna quickly paste it right here. Right, so this will basically allow me to use font awesome icons in my project. So let me just quickly test. So I can just do iTag. I can give a class of FSFA. Let's do users. And there we go. You can see that I have the icon with me right here. So I'm just gonna zoom in a little bit so you guys can actually see a little better. And the second thing that I need to do, I need to pull out is the font link. I'm just gonna go to Google Fonts and I want to search for Baloo. So that is what we're gonna be using. I'm just gonna do Baloo, right? Baloo 2. Now I can just do get font here, get embedded code, and I want the link tag for this. I'm just gonna copy that, come back to our code here and just paste it right here. So this is what we're gonna do. So this is the code for our font. So with that, I think we should be ready to make other components. So that after that, what we have to do is, by the way, we're using Code Labs. So this is our own online compiler. And one of the features of this is you don't have to link your style sheet as you would used to, like normally would do in your normal VS Code project, right? It is automatically linked. So whatever you type here, you can directly just write CSS for it right here. So it's very convenient. If you want to, you can check it out, right? So the first thing that we have to do is we have to make div, right? We're going to make div. So we'll do div, and inside this div, what we have to do, I'll give it a class of game card. So the how it will probably be made is we'll basically make a 20 by 20, which is total of 400 pixels of boxes, right, where the snake can spawn and also the fruit can spawn. So that is how it will go, right? So before that, we have to make other stuff. So we can just do h1, right? Inside h1, I'm gonna put snake game, and here we can do a class FAS. We can do a class of FA solid, right? And also give it a FA of warm. So this is how it will go. So this will basically give us the textile, also give it the snake icon, right? So with that said, we can style it pretty much right now, but before that, actually, you can just probably put this into icon tag. That is probably a better idea. So I made a mistake here. I was supposed to put this class inside a icon tag, not a h1 tag. H1 tag is not closed. I kind of messed up here. Hold up. And after this, we can probably do it. So that is how it'll do it, right? And after the h1 tag, what we can do is make the scoreboard. So this will basically be categorized into a few different sections. So we have your game card. Everything lives inside the game card div. You have h1 tag, which is the header, right? Your scoreboard, which basically shows what is your current score. Next is the actual game board, which will basically be making from JavaScript, because hard coding, it kind of does not make sense, right? Because we also have to figure out, we have to re-render the game component every frame. And also have to put a message saying, like, if if let's say you died, you can just let the user know you have died. If I show you here, so this is the message, right? And this is the button that will make to start the game. And then just a small message saying user arrow keys, letting the user know that you have to use your arrow keys. So that is how we will basically make this. The next thing, as I said, is the scoreboard. So let's make a div. So this div will hold. Let's just call it scoreboard, right? And here we can just use icon tag like this, and we can use icon tag. I can give a class of FA solid, and I want a trophy icon. So we can just use FA trophy. That will give me a trophy icon. Now inside the trophy, or inside the icon tag, sorry, I can use a score. So we can use a score, just basically, set this as score. Now we can put this inside a span tag. So I'm just going to use span tag here, right? Just do span. Now this should be outside the div, otherwise it will just make the letters look there. There we go. I will do span, and also inside the span tag I can actually get the thing. So there we go. Span is 0 right here, right? And I can give it a class of, not class actually. The reason why I don't want to give it a class is because this is the value that we'll be getting through JavaScript. So it's better for me to give it an ID. So I'm just going to give it an ID of score. And another thing that you can do with giving an ID is if you use an ID on HTML element, you don't actually have to do that document.getElement by ID, right? You can just type out score and it will just work fine. It's just one of the features you can do. You can try it out if you want, right? So after making the scoreboard, we have the actual game board. Now we are just going to make the div because we'll do the rest of the work in JavaScript. So we'll just do sorry, I'm just going to use I'm going to use ID. I'm just going to give a game board ID, right? Makes sense, I know. Very creative. So next is paragraph tag. So we'll set a paragraph tag here. Now the content for this paragraph tag will also be set through JavaScript. So I'm just going to give it a message, right? So we can grab it through JavaScript. And next is button. So I'm going to make a button tag. So the button tag will just say start game. Very, very simple because this is the button that will start the game, I know. And we'll just do a class. Actually, I can just, don't want to give it a class. Probably I can just give it an ID. I'm just going to do start button, right? And also another finishing touch I can do is I can give a icon for this. So I can give it a play icon. So I want it to be solid, and also I want it to be a play icon, right? There we go. So next thing that we have, and the last thing that we have for HTML is basically our paragraph tag. So this basically will be a small paragraph tag saying use the arrow keys to move. So very, very simple. Now here we can just do class. I can put a hint, also add an icon here, probably. Do, wow, is this HTML? Yes, it is. Sayam, welcome to the stream. How are you, man? How do you get the icons? You can get the icons by this thing right here. So it's basically a style sheet of Cloudflare. It's basically Font Awesome link. You can also use it your own that Font Awesome provides you when you make an account. Or it's usually a script tag, if I remember correctly. But usually you can just import the style sheet, right? There we go. So the thing is, if I just cut this out, the entire icon, the icon will not work. There we go. There we go. You can just simply Google it. This is what I did on stream actually, right? And you can just Google Font Awesome icon link, right? You can just do CSS. I will give you a link tag. Here we go. So this is the link tag. You can just Google this. AI overview is pretty, sometimes it's fine. Most of the time it's wrong. So it's whatever. But yeah. So next thing we have to do is we're probably done with HTML. So we can probably move on to CSS, give it a little bit of styling that everybody loves because nobody likes to see this, right? When you move on a website, if you just see HTML, run. That's just how it is. Okay. So the next thing we have to do is style this thing. So with every website, we can just call all, which is asterisk, right? Which basically means this CSS property will get applied to everything. So I'm just going to put the box sizing to be border box. Now, next thing is HTML and body. So for HTML and body, selecting that HTML elements, and we're just going to give a height of 100% and then overflow to hidden. Now, the reason I do this is sometimes what happens is if we don't specifically specify 100%, of course, the actual height will only be limited to around here, since HTML, all of the things just, end there. And if I don't do overflow hidden, since it has the height to 100% and also the content, it can be scrollable, which I don't want it to be. That's why I'm using overflow hidden. Next is body, right? So for body, I can just give background to be a kind of a greenish color, as you saw in the backgrounds in the beginning of the stream. So I'm gonna do 223. I have the hex color code with me right here on my second screen. So this is the thing, this is the color that we'll be using. Now, right now it doesn't look nice, I know, but like, we'll just put the color, which is the text color, to be a kind of a whitish color. So I also want to check if I'm charging or not. Sometimes my laptop does not charge, so. And there we go. So I'm gonna set the color to be kind of whitish color. Next is font family. So font family, I'm gonna do Nunito. Right, it's very good. It's very, like, I would say it's a fun color, like fun fonts, right? I don't think I have it right with me actually. Oh, it should be fine. This should be fine. Okay. Okay. So Nunito will be the first. If it doesn't work, the fallback will be Arial, because it's the second best font that you can probably get, right? And next thing is sans serif. The third, there we go. The next is text align. Text align, I'm gonna put it to center. Also do margin 0 to make sure there's no margin. Now next is padding. Now padding for body will be around 15 pixels for all wide, right? And display, I'm gonna do flex. There we go. We can do display flex. Also do align items and align content. Align items, set that to center. Also do justify content center. There we go. Next thing that we have is the game card. So we'll do game card. And max width, I'm gonna scroll down, right? Max width, I'm gonna do about 460 pixels. I'm gonna do width, I'm gonna set that to be around 100%. W is in the chat, but W explanation. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Next is margin bottom. So, okay. So we have our first game card, right? Now we have set the margin to be 0 and auto. I'm gonna tell you why in a second, right? So we have background color to be around the same color, but a little bit lightish. So I'm just gonna do 2D, right? 4A and probably 2D. So this is what we'll be using. Next is border radius. So we'll use border radius about 20 pixels for that container. There we go. Right? I think I accidentally pressed insert. There we go. Okay, so next is padding. So we'll do padding about 18 pixels, 25 pixels, and 22 pixels. There we go. Next is box shadow. So box shadow we'll do 10%, 20 pixels, 25 pixels, and RGBA, set that to be 0.35 as the alpha value. So it's kind of a grayish color, right? Next is the border. So for border, I'm just gonna do 1 pixel solid. I'm gonna use the same, but even lighter, so the border is actually visible. Making a darker border kind of doesn't make sense, so I'm just gonna use a lighter one instead. We'll do 3D, 5F, 3D. There you go. It's a little lighter, I would say, right? Okay, so next thing that we have is the H1 tag, which is this right here, right? So you have to style this. I'm going to call the h1. The reason why I do just directly is because we only have one h1 tag, so it doesn't really matter. We'll do font family. I'm going to use the value font that we have. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I hope I am. I'm going to use cursive, right, as the fallback. And font size, we are just going to, not font family, font size. Font size, we're going to do 28 pixels and also do margin, set that to 0, 0, 10 pixels, right? Now here I told you I would explain why we did margin 0 and auto. Now the way that CSS works, or how general this works, is we are making sure, you see this, how the game card shrinks, right? We have set this so that max width it can go is 420 pixels, right? Which is this right here. Now, the game card is basically the main div, right? The main div, so everything here. So if I increase this value, let's put 700, it's more wider. But the thing is, even in a really big screen, you would not want to make this just really too big. But another thing about having a max width is that you have a max width for this. However, in margin, right, if you want to shrink, you also want this container to shrink. So this is done by just giving this. We're saying that width is 100% for, with respect to 460 pixels. So 100% is 460 pixels. And we have margin 0 auto, which basically sets the margin on top and bottom, which is y-axis, to be 0, and auto for x-axis. So it will just automatically change the margin while the thing just shrinks. So that's how you make it responsive. So that is the concept for that, right? Now this is done multiple times in a lot of projects that we have made. If you haven't checked that out, you can also check it out, I guess, in our channel. Okay. So next thing we have is letter spacing. Now since it's h1 and it's kind of big, so I'm just going to put letter spacing to make it look even better. So I'm just going to do a letter spacing of 1 pixels, right? A little bit more gap, and do color. Now color, I could probably just copy paste one of the yellowish color that we have, but let's type it out. So we'll do FFD166. So it's kind of a yellowish color. Next thing that we have here is H1I. So H1I is basically this icon right here, the snake icon. So we can do H1I and we can just select that. Now here, we're going to use a greenish color. So just do 7BC9. We can do 7B6, BC, and 96F. I messed up again. Oops. There we go. And here we'll do font size, set that to be around 28 pixels. Also do margins, set to 0, 0, and 10 pixels. Also do, that should be fine, right? Actually, I don't need margin here. I need a margin right. So we'll do margin right, around 8 pixels. There we go. That should be fine. Now, next thing is the scoreboard, right? Now, before making the scoreboard, I actually want to make sure that we have rendered the board, right? Before we probably do that, I guess. So here, what we're gonna do, go to our JS, right? So we're gonna first get the board. So we'll do board equals to document dot get element by ID. So we'll do get element by ID. We'll get the game board. So we'll just do game board. And here we'll also make the box variable. So box variable is basically a box of a width, right? So the box will be 20, so 20 by 20 grid, so a total of 400 boxes. So we'll just do box size, that will be stored on board size. Board size will be 400. And let score, which basically will be our current score, let's say that's a 0. Oops. Okay, that is not how it's supposed to work. There we go. The next is snake. So we'll do snake equals to. So how the snake will basically make sense is snake will be an array of objects, which each object holds the position of x and y coordinates. So this is 1 because snake has to at least start from 1 pixel, right, or 1 box. So it will be 9 times box, right? Will be 9 times box, and it will be same for y. It will be 9 times box. So it will be exactly at the center. So the center coordinates, right? So we'll just do box right here. And there we go. So next thing is the direction of the snake. So we'll hold a value of direction, which will basically hold the direction of the snake, the current direction of the snake. Is it up, down, left, or right, right? Next thing we have is the food. Now, how it will work is we will have a food, right? Basically random food. So like food has to be random. That's how it kind of works, right? The food has to generate in a random position. So that will basically hold the food. Now random function does not exist, I know. So for now, I'm actually gonna not put it here. Or actually, even better, I'm just gonna comment this part out because it will just give us error because random food function does not exist. So next is game. The game, I'm just gonna put this to null for now. So the first thing that we have to do is make random food. So the function random food, right? Random food. So the way this will work is it will generate two things. One is const y, which will be the food, the x coordinates of the food. So we will use math.random to generate a random number. So this function will return us a value from 0 to 1. So we'll scale it by 20 since our box size is 20. And we will just multiply this, or not multiply, we'll do math.floor, which will kind of round off this value. And we'll multiply this by box to get the exact coordinates on the box, right? So we'll do const y equals to the same thing, right? It's the same thing. There we go. And now we can return this, but we have to return it in an object since we'll be storing this in an object right here, as you can see, right? So we'll do return object. So we need to return x and y. There we go. So this is how it will do. Now the next thing that we have to do is basically write the render function, right? I'm also going to, oops, okay. I'm also going to do that. So we'll do function, we'll make the render function. So this will basically render all the frames. So we have the board, right? So we have the board right here. So we are using that. So board dot inner HTML. So we are clearing the board each time we're rendering it. So we'll do board.innerHTML equals to here, right? Next is we'll use a for loop. So we'll do for I, let I equals 0. And I is snake dot less than snake dot length, right? And I plus plus. So iterating until these snake dot length, right? So this will basically create the snake. Now to do that, we'll do const part of the snake equals document.create element. So this will create the thing. This will be a div, right? So this will basically create a div element, right? This is basically a div object, you can say. And we can directly put a class name through JavaScript saying part.class name equals to. Now we'll basically say that I, which is the current value, yeah, right? If it's 0, what we have to do is we can just put snake part and also snake head. These two things, right? We have to put part and the snake. Otherwise, head does not exist because the very first circle is only the head. After that is only just body part and tail. I don't know what you call snake or the rest of the body part actually. We'll do snake part, right? So this is how it will be. And after this, we're using a ternary operation, by the way. Okay. And after that, we have part dot style dot left. So left of snake, we can just put snake I, so whatever the part of the snake is, x, we can just do plus, we can just do pixels. So we are putting the left of the snake to be whatever the coordinate pixels is, and same goes for the right. So right, not right, actually top is basically y. There we go. And it's the same amount of pixel. Now we have made the actual container, so we have to append this. So we can just do, we have already created the part div, so we'll push all of this into that. So we'll do, we'll create the board. So we'll push the part inside the board. So we'll do board dot append child, and we can just do, we can send in the part, right? So that will create the thing. That will create the head. Now, before doing all of this, actually, probably a better version that we can do is start to create or like draw the board first, right? So we'll probably do that. So what we have here, or how it will work, right? So we're seeing that, or I can probably just actually we can probably first style this now that I think about it. I think we can probably style this. Okay, so let's go to the style and probably write all of the styling, and after that we can probably do that, right? So it'll be much more easier and much more less cluttered up. So we're at h1 tag. So next thing we can do is hold the scoreboard. So we'll do scoreboard with a B. I'm guessing. I hope I put the name right. Sometimes I just make the thing mistake. Yep, scoreboard. There we go. Now for scoreboard is very, very simple. We'll basically make it display inline flex, right? Also do align items, set that to center. Next thing that we have is gap. So we'll gap set that to 8 pixels. Also do font family, set that to the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy this part out, probably paste that there. Next thing what we do is do the font size, set that to around 16 pixels. Also do background color. So background color we'll just do 1C 301C, right? There we go. Next thing what we have is padding. So we'll just do padding. I'm hoping this is working. Just such that. Okay, so this seems to be not working. Okay, it's a container. That makes sense. So for the padding, we'll do 6 pixels and also 16 pixels. Also do border radius. Border radius, set that to about like 10 pixels, I guess. And also do margin bottom. There you go, margin bottom to be around 12 pixels. There we go. I'm hoping this thing is working, right? I don't think it is, which is kind of nerve-wracking here. So we have this scoreboard with this. Oh, I give it a class. My bad. There we go. Oops. And next thing that we have is set the border to be 1 pixel solid, about 3D, 5 3D. So same thing. And there we go. So I messed up the CSS here, and yeah, that is the scoreboard. So we can also set the scoreboard icon. So we can probably just do scoreboard icon, set the color to be the same color right here, right? Makes sense? The next thing we have is the game board. So we'll pull out the game board again. So we'll do game board. Make sure I have put this thing as a thing, right? I'm just making sure if I did mess up, right? So the position set that to relative because the game board will be relative. And the snake part will be absolute. So that's how we will basically do it. And here we'll basically put this to be box sizing. We'll put this to content box. So this is what will make it will basically make a box, right? We'll set the width to around 400 pixels and height to be around 400 pixels as well. So this is how it will look like. There we go. Right? Next thing what we have to do is probably put the aspect ratio. So aspect ratio of this will be 1:1. So it will be symmetrical, and also puts the max width to be 100%. Next thing is the background color. So background color will have is 1A, 2E, and 1A. So this will be it, right? Like it's kind of not scrollable. There we go. Next thing what we have is border. So we'll do border 5 pixel solid. This is probably the same color that I used earlier. So I could probably just copy this, paste that there. And next thing that we have is border radius. So we'll do border radius. I'm just going to put this to be 12 pixels. Also do margin 0 auto. Also do box shadow. Put that to be inset 0, 0, 0. 2 pixel for one color. So we'll just do 36, 56, and 36 right here for one side. Okay, messed up again. And next is 0, 4 pixels, 10 pixels, and RGBA. So that to be 0, 0, 0, 0, and just 0.3 as the alpha value. So this is how it will look like. Now the last thing I need to do is set the overflow to hidden, and there we go. So that is our board, right? Now another thing that we have to do, which we made right here, is the snake part. Snake part right here. So this class right here, we have to make sure to style that. So we'll do snake part, right? We'll just do snake part. Set that position, set that to absolute. Also do width, set that to 20 pixels. And height, set that to 20 pixels as well. Also do background color. Oops. Background color to be 5A, A8, and 5.2. There we go. Last, we can just do border radius. We can just set the border radius property to be around 6 pixels. There we go. Next is snake head, right? So snake head will just have a background, a different background color. So we can just do background color and set that to around 7, E6 and 9. Yeah, so that is the one that we are doing. I have a habit of doing Control S. Okay. And that is pretty much it for the snake head. Next thing what we have to do is make the food. So we have basically made the food. We can probably just render this out actually. Call the render function. I hope it makes the thing. I think it should. We'll see it if it doesn't, right? Now the thing about this is I don't think we have the food function to be. I don't think we have the create food function inside render. So let's go ahead and quickly do that. So inside the render, right, we have actually not. Let's not call the render for now. So I'm going to do const food food element basically. We can just do document dot create element and we can just create a img, right? Now we'll use that food element and first id for that will be food. So we'll basically make a img tag with of id food. Next is food element that's src equals to which is the source of the thing. Now I have a image with me. I'm just gonna type right upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/commons/1/15. I messed up again. 15/red apple.jpg. Now I'm just doing because I'm too lazy to copy paste, I think. Let's copy paste this and see if this is an actual image. So it doesn't seem to be a normal image. Now it doesn't, okay, it's fine. I see why. Because there is not a dot here. So now let's just quickly check if the thing is working. If I go here, right, to see if that works. This will give me an image of apple. So yeah, so let's go to our code here. So this is working. So next thing we can do is do food element dot style dot left equals to food dot x plus pixels, and do food element dot style dot top equals to food dot x. Basically we are giving the coordinates of left and top, right? So you can do plus pixels. So these are the coordinates for the food, right? We can also put other things like food element dot style dot object, and do object fit and put that to around cover to make sure it is right there, and food element dot style dot border radius equals to 4 pixels. That is it for a thing, and I hope I'm doing this correctly, right? And that is pretty much it. So next thing what we can do is, let's say the food, this image does not exist or there's some sort of error. So in that case we'll do food dot on error. So if there is an error while, you know, when making this, or if there is an error while doing all of this, what we can do is just we can trigger a function right here, which will basically do food l dot on error, set that to null, and we can just do food l dot remove attribute, remove attribute, and we can just do src and food style dot background color, Background color, we can set that to be red. And yeah, so after this, we can just append everything. So we'll do board.append child. And we can just do food. Oh, right. There we go. I'm hoping there is no any errors, so let's check if there are any. Expression dot syntax error expression dot dot. So there's some error here. So one of the things that is clear here, so we can probably we can check that out later when creating it, but for now, I think it should be fine. If I go here, we can just call random food. I'm guessing. So yeah, that should be fine. So next thing that we have to do is write the styling for the food. So we'll see if this works. So we'll do food. Set the position to be absolute, and also do width, set that to 20 pixels. Also do height, set that to 20 pixels as well. Now here, I think I did some error when giving an ID. So we'll check if I made any mistake here. So let me just go through the code really quick. We have this, we're basically using that. We haven't called the render function. So there we go. If there's an error. Right. So there's the render. I hope I didn't call it anywhere else, right? So there we go. So we'll just do that. Let's see after if it does get drawn, right? We'll do food, and last we just will style the message. Very simple. For message, I'm just gonna, what I can probably do is copy paste everything here. Of the H1, just change the thing. So it will be same value, right? The font size will be about 16. We'll not have any margin. Or actually, I'll probably do, actually, because since it's also text, right? So you can do 10 pixels, 0, 2 pixels. Also give it minimum height, actually. Minimum height about 22 pixels. And instead of letter spacing, we can give it a color of FF 7B and 7B. So it's a kind of a reddish color. So if I type inside, this will what it will look like, right? There we go. Now, after this message, what we can do is style the start button right here. So we can just do start button and just do margin top, set that to 8 pixels. Also do padding 10 pixels, 26 pixels. Next thing what we have is font family. It will be same as this, so I could probably just copy paste that. Next thing what we have is font size. So font size will be about 16 pixels. Also do background. Background color, set that to around 7B 696F. Also do color, set that to 1A, 1A, 2E, and 1A. Next is border, so we'll just do border none. All right, we'll do border none and also do border radius. So we'll do border radius, set that to around 10 pixels, or like it was kind of a thing, so probably make it 20 pixels, probably do like that. And here what we can do is put cursor to be pointer. And box shadow, I'll just do 0, 4 pixels, 0, 4, F9, C46. Next is transition. So we'll do transition, transform 0.05 to ease. So what we're doing here is basically making a transition. So it will basically be put to transform, right? So we'll put it as transform, and what we can do is the transform property will be applied in active. So we'll just first make the hover. So we'll do start button. In hover, we'll just change the background color, not image color, to be around darker. So we'll just do 8 FD and 682. Right, and next thing that we have to do is to start button active. So we'll do active, transform, we'll do translate Y to 3 pixels in active. So active basically means when the button is pressed. When you press a button, you basically trigger a active pseudo class for that, right? And we'll also put the box shadow to be 0, 1 pixel, 0, and add 4, 49F, and C46. That is the color, as you can see. So this is how it will look like. So it kind of feels like you're pressing a button, right? The next thing we have is the last thing that we need to do is hint, which is this text right here. So hint, it will be basically very simple. We'll do margin top to be around 10 pixels. Also do font size set that to be 12 pixels. Also do color 9EC and 89E. So that is everything for CSS. So let's go ahead and create the thing. So we'll just go here and let's go ahead and do that. So we have the ID game board. So I'm guessing, oh, so I messed up this thing right here. So we'll do game board. I'm gonna see if there's any other errors here, right? And just do console, right? That should be fine. And next thing that we have to do is probably continue the thing. So we have all of that. Now we will basically write the render function first, right? So we'll just do that. And yeah, that should be fine. So that is it for render function though. XZNY, hello, welcome to the stream, man. How are you? We are trying to make a snake game. So we have random function. So after this, we can just do document dot add event listener. So we'll just pop in event listener here. So we will attach this to a key down. So if you do a key down, right? Key down basically means any of the arrow keys, right? So we can just do change direction. Not any of the arrow keys, any of the keyboard press, I think. We'll do change direction here. So we don't have the change direction function, so let's quickly make that. So we'll just do function change direction. We will pass in the event. We'll need the event. Now we'll check if event.key is equals to the arrow left, right? So if it's equal to arrow left and the direction is not equal to right, just do right, We can just simply make the direction to left. There we go. Now I can probably just copy paste this, right? There we go, there we go, there we go. Put a semicolon even though it doesn't matter because it's JavaScript, but why not, right? We'll just do arrow up. So if it's arrow up, we'll do, and if we check if it's not down, then we can just do up, right? Next is arrow right. So we'll do arrow right, and we'll check if this is not left. If it isn't left, we can just do right, and you can just do arrow down. We'll check if it's not up, right? So we'll just do down. So that is our function, right? And yeah, that should be it. So we still have that issue. So there we go. And yeah, that is pretty much it, guys. So we'll just do that. That is pretty much it. So yeah, let's move on to another. So I'm just reviewing code if I messed up somewhere, even though the thing should be fine, theoretically that is, right? So that should be, I think that should be fine though. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the thing. So let's go ahead and do update. So the way that this will work is we'll basically render the frame for every like 150 milliseconds. So we'll basically make it so that every 100 milliseconds, it will render one frame. So we have to make an update function. So this is the render function, right? This is the render function that we'll be using, right, to give the thing. Let's see. Just do one thing. There we go. So here, after this, what we can do is make the render functions. Make the update function. So we'll do function update, right? We'll do function update. We'll check if the direction does not exist or it's null, right? We'll just do render. We'll call render and just return from the function, right? Next thing what we have is we'll do let head x equals to snake 0 dot x, right? Let head y equals to snake 0 and y. That's pretty much it. So next thing we have to do is a bunch of if statements. So we'll check if the direction is equals to left. Right, we'll check if it's equals to left. If it is, then we'll just do head x. We'll just do box, right? We'll basically subtract the initial head x from the box. So we'll just make it left. Now what we can do is just copy this. So we'll do copy, paste, 4 times. So this will be for up. So up, we'll do the same thing. For instead of this, it will be head y, right? Next is right. Right will be for plus, and next what we have is down. It will be for plus as well. So next thing what we have to do is we have to check if the head did a the head is the thing. So we have to check if ate food. So if we have to check if the snake actually ate food. To do that, will be a simple check when head x equals to food. If the given head x, right, the actual head of the snake, the position of it is equal to the thing, the coordinates of the head is equal to the coordinates of the food. That means it ate the food, right? So we'll just do head y equals to food y, because after it eats the head, or like after it like we have one point, the food has to spawn in another location, you know, and also you also have to you have to increase the tail of the snake. So that's why we need this check. Food y. So we'll do ate food if the we'll do score plus plus. Also do document dot get element by id, right? Get element by id. We'll put the score as the text content. We'll just input the score. So we're basically updating score in this right here, right? And also we have to put the food on the random location again. So we'll just do food random again. Next thing we have is const new head equals to x. We'll do head x, and we'll do y head y. Right, until now I think we are good to go. For all of that, right? So it should be fine. We'll check if the thing is working. So we'll just do okay, console.log. I'm just checking if it's working, right? It is not. Probably we have to link it then. I thought we fixed it, no? Don't need this. To src, you just probably do that. Now we can just do src to be script.js. See if it works. I don't know if it will. Script. Seems not to be working. So I guess we don't have a link. I did say don't have link. I guess I'm right, right? So the other part I got a little bit nervous is the thing. So let's check if it's working. Right. There we go. So we'll do const new head. That is it. Right. Let me drink some water, guys, real quick. And there we go. So after this, what we have to do is do a const hit wall equals to head x. So this will basically check collision. So this will check collision, right? It's very important. So how this will work, it will check if the head x is less than the 0, right? If it's less than 0. Next thing we have to do is we'll check if 0 basically means the starting point right here, right? Next, head x is greater than or equals to the board size. Now we have a board size variable here, right? We'll check if it's equal to that, right? We'll do head y is less than 0, and head y is greater than or equals to board size. Next thing is hit. So we have checked the hit wall. We have checked if the snake hits itself, right? That is also another case. So to do that, it's kind of kind of weird. So we'll do snake, not some. We have to, because we have to check it for every tail, right? What we'll do is part. We'll check if part of the snake is part dot x is equals to the head x. If it is, then and the part dot y is equal to head y. So even if one of the thing is correct, right? And even if one of the things is correct, we can just do hit wall, or hit cell. We can just do game over here. Just do return. So we have triggered the game over function, right? We have used the game over function, but that function is not that function is not there. So we have to create that first. But before that, we do that, right? Before we create new function, one thing I realized is we're not inside the update function. Where does this hold up? So there is not any bracket for this. There we go. Right, and also push that to here. Next thing what you have to do is do snake dot unshift. We'll just do new head and just basically check. Another check you have to do is you have to check if it's a snake did eat the food. If it isn't, we can just do snake dot hop, right? And last we can just do render. Now JavaScript does not seem to be working. I am kind of confused why. Here we have, oops. Okay, just do that. Oh, okay, so I made a mistake here apparently. In food, there we go. So we'll just do render, and there we go. There is the food, right? Next thing what we can do is we only have to write two functions now. One is game over, right? We have already made majority of things. So we have done render. We have made render update function. Now next thing we have to do is make the game over function. So we'll do game over. We'll do clear game interval. Clear interval. We'll change the game, and we'll do document dot get element by ID, and we'll put get the message. We'll get the message DOM, and we'll put the inner HTML to be so inside the message. I also want a skull emoji, which it's kind of makes sense, right? So we'll just put a skull emoji. So since it's a string, I have to manually type it, so it's fine, right? We'll do class name. Okay, that's not how it's supposed to be. We can do class. Oops, not this. We can do a clef. We'll probably have to type it manually. It's fine. So we'll do class, and inside this we can do fa solid and fa skull, right? So let's see if this works. So if I type anything in, I don't think it will work because we did have hide it into a game function. But yeah. So we'll just put game over, and we'll give out the final score. The final score is, we'll concatenate two strings for score, and there we go. Now, one last thing I have to do inside this, we'll document dot get element by ID. we'll just do start button, and we'll do style and display. So we'll do style.display. So this will basically select the display property of the start button associated ID, right? Getting that, we can just do inline block. That will basically set that entire button to be inline block. That is it, even though I think we already have done it in case we didn't do it. Now make the start button also start/restart button. So we'll do document dot get element by ID, and we'll just call it start button, and we'll add event listener to it. We'll put a click. Now the most important part I kind of forgot to emphasize or make my teach you guys is collision. So the way it works is we have our 40 by 40, which is 400, not 40 by 40, 20 by 20, 400 boxes, pixels or grid, what you want to call it, right? So we have to do collision test on a couple of different places. Where it ends here, like this wall right here, this wall right here, this wall right here, and this wall right here. For collision, anytime if the user hits the wall of this container, you have to trigger or stop the game or just trigger a collision. Now to do this, I have created a hit wall variable that will basically check if head x, which is the head of the snake, right? Head of the snake, does it is less than this right here, right? If the head x, the position of that is less than 0, that means there is a collision. That means it already has hit. So that's why it's less than 0. Now it's for the left side, right? I can see I'm saying left side is because it's x-axis, so it will be x-axis, right, on the left side. So we have the same thing as the board size. Now this is 0. Right here is the actual size of the board, right? So basically be 0 to like 20. So it'll be 20 right here, right? So here what we have done is basically check if it's greater than that. If it is, then we also have to change that variable. I don't think it's that it's 400. Yeah, it's not 20. The individual box size is 20, right? If it's greater than that, we can basically say that there is also a collision here. Same goes for y, which is top, and board size for which is the bottom. Now, that is the one condition to detect collision. Next is what we have, it hits self. So another trigger you can do, or it's done, is when the snake hits itself, also triggers a game over, or because of that. So we have to check every single part of the snake if the head of the snake is equal to head x, and right. So we have defined the part of the x. If any part of the snake that we have is like part of array, right? Yeah, part of snake. If any of the part of snake is equal or the coordinates are same as the head coordinates, right? That is also a head self. So that is how it's done. So if even any of the parts do return true, it will basically be true. So that's basically we have checked here, and there we go. I hope you got that, right? So any of the part of the snake, if it hits, the snake.sum function will basically return true, and will basically stop at there. Immediately when any of these values or any of these conditions return true, it will basically return true immediately. So that's what sum function does. So after all of that, we can just assign a click, and we can pass a callback function here, right? I can pass a callback function. There we go. And this callback function will get the snake, or we can just set the initialized snake. First, we have to reset, because also reset button, to make sure it's reset. So snake is an array, so we can just do array. We can do x9 times box, and also do y equals 9 times box. What we can do is also just probably get these values as well, actually, because it's the same thing anyways, right? And next is let score also be 0, because that's how it works, right? Next is document dot get element by ID. We'll basically get the score to be text content. We'll get the score, we'll fill out the score, add score. The next is we can probably just do the same thing, copy this part out, paste that there, change this to message, and we'll put that to empty string. Also, food, we have to make sure to reset that as well, and then we can render. There we go. And do this dot style dot display equals none. So what will happen when you click start button, there will not be start, like the button will disappear, right? And we'll just do clear interval, we'll pass the game, and we'll do game. We have to, as I said, this function, this update function will trigger every 150 milliseconds, right? We have to do game equals to set interval, and we have to update this, update the function 150 times. We'll call the update function every 150 milliseconds. And at last, we'll do a render. So expected token identifier. So we'll check if what is the issue here. So this seems to be issued right up here. Okay, that's why. Where is it? So we'll just do that. So it says unexpected token identifier. So it's basically I used something onto there. So we'll do 62. And we'll do 3 at the line of 304 apparently. Right, so on the here, so in this line right here, so it's game over. So let's go ahead and check what is mistake here. We'll do inner HTML. Did I not give message ID here? I did. So what is the issue? Game over. So we'll just do dot score. Document get element by ID. Did I mess up? I don't think I did. So I seem to have messed up somewhere here, but where? That's the thing. We have this. So doesn't score exist? Of course it does. Yeah. Do score plus score and do style. I can do start button. The start button does not exist. Button, it does exist, right? Start button. Hopefully I did make that, yeah. Get element by ID dot style dot display equals to inline block. That should be it. I don't know what's the issue. Crap. Okay. It says it's right over here. So what if I just comment this part out? So it will work. So this is inside here. What did I mess up here on the game? So we have this game right here. Is it right here? Still the same thing. So this line is giving me the error, right? So this line here is giving me the actual error. Okay, that's weird. We'll check this in a bit. So I want to make sure everything is working. The arrow keys doesn't seem to be direction is not defined. Okay, so this is infinite loop, so we'll just do clear. Okay, so we'll save the file. So we'll just do projects make game. I don't want to lose my thing. I'm going to make sure that I save it. I'm going to refresh this, right? So make sure the thing is not working. We'll do render. When I click on, I'm just going to full screen. So it says direction is not defined. Okay, interesting. So we have said that direction is null. So, oh, no, direction is null. We should put the direction as null, and if we can do change direction, do I not call this? Key down. So I did call this in the key down, right? So before this, I'm just gonna full screen so it's easier for you guys. So we'll just do key down. So when there's a key down, okay, that's the issue here. There we go. So it still says direction is not defined. That's weird. Just save. Okay. Getting on infinite loop, which is kind of weird part. So direction. Right, so we need direction, right? So let's do render. So here, what we have done, Yes. So we have an issue here where like direction, it says direction is not defined, even though here. So I'm trying to see what's the issue here, right? So it's not taking my keystrokes. So let me play the game again, actually. See what's the issue. So here, I can also publish this probably just to snake game. So I have a better understanding. Like that's why I can just. So let's do a publish. Right, so we'll see if what's the issue. So it's continuously saying that there are all types of errors. Okay, so I messed up somewhere. Direction is not defined in direction. So, oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, guys. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go to that statement here and boom. Let's do a quick save, go back here, re-render. And what is the issue now? It still says direction not defined. I guess it's not ready, so we'll just do that. We'll check if this works now. Direction is not defined. Where is the direction? Okay, that is horrible. So I have somewhere in the code, I have messed up the spelling of direction. Hold up, so we have direction. Direction. So that all of this is correct. Direction, yeah. Oh, it's the same as this. Okay, so that is the issue here. It's mostly here, right? Save that. If any other places I messed up the spelling of direction. Okay, so save that. Go here. Start the game. So the thing does work. Not taking my arrow inputs, which is weird. Okay, so one of the arrow keys does working. Right, the arrows. Okay, that is working. So it's not working as intended. So we'll have to probably fix the here. So when direction is left, head box should be head x to minus box. Same logic. Let's do head x. So it's still head x. That is probably it was not working. Right. So let's check it. And there we go. So what error? So we have illegal. Wow, that's a lot of errors. But I think this error is compatible, so it's fine. So we'll check if everything's working. So the actual thing is working, right? So let's eat this. The collision with the food is not working. We'll check if why is it not working. So with food, we have is we have triggered when there's 8 food, right? We have done score plus plus. We can do head is equal to the food. I don't know why I put this into the string. There we go. We'll do food and then we'll put a score inside this. And text content equals to score. And yeah, that should be it. So let's go ahead and start. So we'll save that, refresh, and we'll check if the collision is working now. So if I do this, still not. There we go. Collision of food is not working, so it's fine. We can figure that out. Okay. Can do food x and head y equals to food dot y. Right. So we have why to draw that. I want to see if there is any error. Okay, that is weird actually. Hold up. So we're saying if ate food, right? So I'm trying to debug this. Hold up. So I'm hoping everything is, we have food variable, right? Yeah, we do. So every time we do food, random food will give me a coordinate of x, y. So we'll check. That is it, right? Here we have that also. X, Y. This is just draw, it's working, so it's fine. We'll just do left, food, because of that, that should be fine. Cover. I don't think there is issue here because it's just the draw, right? This should be fine. Otherwise, this main thing is collision here. It's not the collision, it's not working. So we'll do fold. It should work. Okay, logic is 74 is not working. 74. This right here. This, unless I did some spelling mistake, that should be fine, I think. Hit x is equal to food, right? And we have head y equals to food. So this is the thing. Can't we check the distance between food and the head? Distance between in food and the head. It's like it's with a grid, so this should work in theory, but I don't know if I did something wrong here. Because the collision is not that. There we go. Oh, it did work. Oh, it did work. Okay, there we go. It's kind of laggy. Or am I just, it's just working weirdly onto the thing, right? I think I have issue in drawing. Hold up. So I think I messed up in draw header. So while drawing the food, we'll do food dot, and so we have this, right? So we can do food up. Oh my god, bro. I don't like anything. 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 Okay, I am actually going to punch my monitor. If this works, I'm okay. There we go. There we go. Uh-huh. Yeah, it is working, guys. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Oh my God, it took a really long time to do this. I'm actually okay, guys. That's it for today's stream, guys. I hope you liked me absolutely banging my head on the wall while not figuring out to debug the code. And then that should be it. I'll see you guys in another stream with another project and another banging in the wall situation. Till then, bye bye. Hello, are we live? Seem to be. Yes, we are live. So, hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So, remember yesterday we did a snake game? We have brought to you another game which is probably one of the most popular games worldwide, that is Minesweeper. So, in today's stream, we'll be building Minesweeper from HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So, let me give you a quick demo on what we will be building, right? So, so that is it for today's stream. So that is what we are doing, right? Um, so yeah, hold up. I want to see if my voice is audible, and we are not. Okay, so we are audible. Okay, so let's go ahead and start building this, okay? So I'm just going to pop out my chat. Give me a second, guys. And yeah, that should be it, guys. Mm, okay, so yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and start building this. So I'm just going to give you a quick demo. So there we go. Oops, okay, one more. There we go. I don't know how to play this. Can you also flag it? You know how you would do in, I cannot click it in your normal Minesweeper. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that is it for today's stream. So let's go ahead and start building this. Okay, so I'm here in our coding labs, just like yesterday. I'm gonna name this project Minesweeper, right? I'm gonna save this project so that I can come back to this later. So if I save this, right, it will be listed or it'll be saved to my account. So I'm just gonna show you later if I can, okay? So here we have HTML. So that is how you make boilerplate for HTML. So I have to have a couple of things for today's stream, right? The first thing is we'll go through like this. We'll do HTML first, and we'll do CSS because most of the things on this is JavaScript. So we'll be probably spending a lot less time on HTML and CSS. So we'll just do uh, like that. So we can just create a div here. So we can just do that and give a class of game card, right? So this will be the actual game card. So in between, right, between this body, you see this small game. That is the game card div, right? And now we have the status bar. So we'll just do div ID. And if you want the link to the code, it'll be down in the description box below. So yeah, we'll do status bar, right? So this will be the status bar container. So it will have three things. One is the mine count. Status bar, I mean these two things. One is button, two status bar, right? So I'm just going to first create a div. So it'll just be a div with the ID of mine count. And just start this off by 110. And you can also see that it is getting reflected real time on the thing. You can also do full screen to make sure it's full screen. Now next is button. So I'm just going to create a button tag, which will have a smiley face emoji. So you can either Google it, or you can Google smiley face. If I go control and just search of smiley face icon, right? You can just get any one of these icons and it should be fine. Okay, so let's go ahead. So this will be our restart button. So we need to fetch this with our JavaScript. So I'm going to give it an ID of restart button like this. I'm going to copy this right here. So this will also be the timer. So I'm just going to copy timer. There we go. So I forgot the starting anchor tag right there. I'm going to start this off by 000. So that is our status bar container, right? Now, next thing that we have to do is to create the board frame, so actual board, right? So this will be the outer frame or outer container for all of the boards. So we'll just do div here, right? Outside this, we'll do a div, right? So here I can just do a div. So we'll just do, so did I mess up somewhere? We'll make a div here. Slash div. So inside this, what I need to do is give an ID of board frame, right? An ID board frame. I'm just gonna save. You can also save this. I'm gonna restart. I think my emits are now working. Or did I mess up somewhere here? Oh, I did. There we go. So after the board, what I can do is just do div, and this will be empty container. The reason why it will be empty container is we'll be using JavaScript, or just we're iterating over the thing, and we'll be filling up with all of those grids as we did for yesterday when we make the Say Snake game, right? And here what we'll do is just name it board, and this will be a empty container. Now what we have is the message. So we'll use the paragraph tag because it will be the small message saying like lost or like you won or something like that. So we'll just do message. The next thing we have is same paragraph tag, and this will basically be game instructions like this one right here, right? So it will be that. So to make that, what I need to do is that div. So I'm just going to put it there. So it will be a paragraph tag, right? Very, very simple. It will have a class of hint and will be content of this. So we'll say reveal click, left click to reveal click, or right click to flag. So this is all the HTML that we have to write. Very, very simple. So one thing cool about our website is don't have to link your CSS and JavaScript. It's already pre-linked. So you can just go to CSS and start writing CSS. So the first thing that I want to do is do box sizing, set that to border box, right? Next thing I can call the body. Here we'll have background color. So basically be the background color of the entire thing. So it will be kind of greenish color. So we'll just do like same color right here. We'll just do add 0, 0, and we'll do 80 and 80. So that is the color that we'll be using. Next thing that we have is font family. So font family, we'll use these pre-built font family. So the first priority will be Tahoma. If that fails by somehow, we'll use Arial. If that's not available. And next, the last will be sans serif. So we'll do sans serif, right? Next thing that we have is text align. So the all the text will be aligned to center like that. And then we'll do display, set that to flex. So if I do that, it will come back to it, but we can change it because we made the flex box. That's why I did like that. So you can just do align item center and justify content to center. There we go. Next thing that we can do is set the height to 100 VH. 100 100 VH basically stands for 100 view height. So entire view height right here. So this height, this much height will be 100. So yeah, so that will be 100% of that, right? We'll do margin, set that to 0. The default margin, we have set that to 0, right? Now the next thing that we had to do is raised, right? So in the board, right? We want to make it so that the board looks a little raised, right? Now, the thing about this is we will be using or we'll be making this in the other board, right? When we actually make the board from JavaScript, right? So we'll make it look so that it will be a little raised like this right here, right? So we'll do dot raised, and here what we can do is to make sure it's raised, we'll just do border top, right? So we'll just use the border top. So we'll do 2 pixels solid white. I'm just gonna copy paste this, right? So the second one will be border left. So it'll be 2 pixel, same on there. Next thing we can do is do border right, and this time it will be 7B, 7B, 7B. Now I will copy this and paste that there and change this to bottom. So that is for the thing. So next thing what you have to do is use for sunken. So we'll also make it look sunken in some areas. So we'll do raised and sunken, right? Now for this, we can just opposite. We can just make it opposite, right? Just like this. So this is the area that we'll be using, or we'll be using it through JavaScript. So it should be fine. Right, I hope you guys, until now, if you guys are enjoying it, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, right? So the next thing that we have to do is to start making or start styling the normal containers, all of this, right? The first thing we have is the game card, which is the entire container. So let's go ahead and do this. So we'll just do dot game card, and we'll just do background color and just do C0, C0, C0. So that will be a grayish color. Next thing that we have is padding. Oops. Next thing that we have is padding. So we'll do padding 8 pixels all over, right? And next is display inline block. So next thing that we have is status bar. So we'll just do status bar. We'll do display, set that to flex. And here we'll do align items, set that to center. Make sure everything is at the center. And here what we have is justified content. We'll just do space between. So we'll just do space between, just like that. Next thing we have is background color. So we'll just use background color, set that to the same thing here. There we go. Next thing we have is padding. So padding will be 6 pixels. Also do margin bottom 8 pixels, right? So that is it for the status bar. So that is how it will look. Now, that was for the container. We have to style for individual elements. So that is 2 buttons right here and two containers, right? Giving mind count and timer and the restart button. So I'm just going to do that. So the first one is the LCD counter here, right? So the first thing that we need to do is give out that. So we'll just use that. So we'll just do LCD counter. And here we'll just do, oops. We'll just use background color. We'll make it black, right? And then, give me a second, guys. Um, hmm. Hold up. So here, what we can do is inside the div, right? Inside of spar, I want to give it class of sunken that we have used. So it will look something like this. And also inside the class, I also want to do raised, right? Just applying all of that. And the next thing that we have to do is also give the restart button the class of sunken as well. Not sunken, raised. So we'll just do raised, right? And the LCD, give it a class of LCD counter. So I also need to give the same LCD counter to the mine count as well. So we'll just do class LCD counter and mine count. Not mine count, sunken. Sunken. There we go. So the same for the board frame. We can just apply that. So do sunken. Right? And that is pretty much it. So moving on to the LCD counter right here, we'll make the background color to be that color. We can use FF0000, which is the red color. Also do font family, set that to set that to be Courier New. And here the second will be monospace. The next thing that we have to do is take the font weight. So the font weight will be a little darker, so we'll just make it bold. We'll also give, we also need to give padding. So we'll do padding about 3 pixels, 3 pixels on the top and bottom. We'll just do 6 pixels side to side. There you go. Next is minimum width. So minimum width will be 54 pixels. And there you have it. Also put the letter spacing. It's very close to each other. So we'll do letter spacing, set that to 3 pixels. There we go. And the last, I think, font size, we can increase the font size a little bit. So we'll do 22 pixels of font size. And that is for LCD counter. So next thing we have is the button. So let's call the restart button here. And we can just do background color. We can set the background color to be C0, C0, C0. And here we can give the width of this to be around 56 pixels, not PC pixels. There we go. And same for the button. So since we want it to be a square, we can just do height of 56. We can do font size of about 30 pixels. And we can just do cursor set to pointer. We can do display flex. And here we can just do align items, set that to center as well. Right, also do justify content center. And also do padding 0. Padding 0. Now, I have the same concept for the things. I can probably copy paste the same one. So I'll just copy paste this one. Because I also want it to be raised, right? So we can do the same here. So instead of 2 pixels, though, I will just make it 3 pixels. There we go. So I'm also going to make sure I save. Why not, right? So after doing all of that, the last thing we can do is set the box shadow. So box shadow will be 2 of them. So it will be inset 1 pixel, 1 pixel. So if you didn't know what inset does, inset is a parameter you can give to box shadow, where like instead of putting box shadow outside the box, it puts inside the box. As you can see, I'm doing it, right? Do 0. I have to give the colors. Color will be DF, 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 a little bit whitish. And I'm going to use comma here and 2 pixel, 2 pixel, and 4 pixel RGBA. Just do 0, 0. Siam, welcome to the stream again. Love your videos. Thank you, man. I love you, man. I love you too. So we'll just do 0.3 here. So it kind of looks like a button now, doesn't it? Now we have to add a active button, so kind of make it look nice, I guess. That's a lot of CSS, but it's fine. We are making Windows 95 vibe here, right? We're kind of giving that, so it kind of almost looks almost similar, right? To like the, you know, if you guys remember the Windows 95 Minesweeper, yeah, well, it is basically that. I'm kind of going for that vibe right now, right? So to make sure that when I click the button, it kind of has that pop to it. So we can use the active property or CSS pseudo property, what do you want to call it? New active here. Now to basically make this, so what I'm thinking right here is change the box shadow and the border that I have. So one thing that I'm coming right here, instead of what I can do is I can just copy the sunken. Right now it's raised. So when I want to click the button, I want it to be pushed. I want it to look pushed, right? Now, if I click it, now already does, but I also want to change the box shadow of this. So to give that, I can actually copy paste this right here, just like that. I can change the color to be this one, right? I'm going to change the alpha value to 0.4. Now, if I save it, you don't have to save it, but I'm just doing it in case I just accidentally refresh and my all of the code I've written is boom, just like that, it's gone. Let's hope that doesn't happen, right? There we go. Now when I keep clicking it, when I click, like when I hold left click, right, it kind of seems it's pressed, right? So that is the thing. So after that, we have to create the board frame. So we'll do board frame, and here we can just do, we'll not do too fancy here. So we'll do background color. We're gonna set it to our grayish color and set the padding to be 6 pixels. So this is the board frame. It's not the actual board, right? And next is the board, right? So we'll do board, display grid. And here we'll make the background color. So make the background color to be 7B, 7B, 7B. So it is for the individual board, right? We'll do gap. 1 pixel. So this right here is the container that holds the board. This was the board frame. Yeah, let's not do that. Very well. This is the board. So next thing that we have is individual cells. So inside the cell, there will be a lot of, inside the board, there will be a lot of cells, right? It will basically be grid. Um, Moving on to that. So what we can do for that is, let's call the cell first. So here, we'll do width, individual width of the cell will be around 26 pixels. Same goes for height because I want it to be perfect square, right? So it will have the same width and height. Background color, for the background color, I can set it to be our normal gray that we have. And font family, because we have to append numbers into them, right? We also need a font family. So I have chosen uh, Tahoma as my thing because it was the closest one that the it was the closest one to that like Windows 95 Minesweeper. Although the actual font in the Windows 95 Minesweeper was a little bit thick. I couldn't find it. I don't know why, but I was gonna use Minecraft fonts actually, but I thought, you know what, it's fine. Font size also give 15 pixels, right? Next thing what we have is the cursor set to pointer. Next thing we have is display flex and do align items center. Also do justify content, set that to center, and also do user select and just do none, right? And padding 0. Next, what we have here is just do dot cell dot revealed. So how it will work is we have another class associated with it, which is not mine hint, right? So we'll do that. And here we'll have a different font. We'll do font family and set that to V3 to D2. So for that, I need that Google font. So I'm just gonna copy the Google font link here. I'm gonna go to my HTML, go to my head tag. I'm gonna paste that right here. So this will basically allow me to use that font that I just used, right? The VT2323. So this one right here. So the next thing that we have to do in the cell reveal is actually I need to put a fallback font, also do font size, set that to 22 pixels, right? There we go. So next thing that we can do is make the cell reveal. So when you append a revealed class, what we'll do is set the border to be 1 pixel solid 7B, 7B, 7B. Also set the background color to be C0, 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 and cursor, we'll just set it to default. Next is the cell mine hit. So what if the mine hits the cell? Here, we can just give a background color of FF0000. Now, what we can do is I'm gonna give, you know how in Minesweeper you have different colors for different numbers? We also have to make that, right? Now do that, what I can do is I can hard code that into CSS. We'll do num1, right? So num1 will have color of 0000 FE, right? So I have all of the number from 1 to 8 with me. So I'm just going to copy it because typing this is kind of tedious, right? Right here. So I'm just going to do Shift Tab to make it come forward. So we are using, for num2, we are using 007B00 for color, all of this color, right? So you can just get the code on the description if you want to check it out, which color that I used, right? So lastly is the message. That was it for the thing. So we have message. So for message, I'm just going to put the font size to be 13 pixel, decreasing the pixel size. And also use font weight to be bold. And we can do min height, set that to around 20 pixels. Also do margin, set that to around 8 pixels, 0 and 0. And do color, set that to black. There we go. Now next for the hint, and that is the last thing that we need to do. Let's do hint, and here what we can do is just do margin top to be around 6 pixels. So here what we can do is do 6 pixel. Do font size 11 pixel. Also do color, set that to gray. So there we go. That is all of the CSS that we need to do. Come back here, we have all of this. I'm double checking if I didn't mess up any ID count to make sure that, because sometimes I mess up the thing, and yeah, when I call it through JavaScript, guess what happens? It doesn't come, right? So yeah, I think it should be fine. Yeah. So, and there we go. So let's go ahead and start using our main, like the actual thing of the thing here. So I seem to have messed up somewhere. Let's do a quick little save. Mhm. Okay. Just gonna refresh again. Mhm. I hope I am not encountering. Okay, so hold up. I'm gonna open my library from again. So we can just go to my library, projects, and click right here, right? There we go. I'm gonna open this. Here what we can do is I think I messed up somewhere here. Okay, so why does it look like that? That's weird. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think we should be done. So let's start with JavaScript in case there's something. And yeah. For starting off the JavaScript, what we have to do is first create all of our variables. So we'll do const, we'll make rows variable, That will store rows of 9. Also do const pulls and do the also a 9. And we'll do mine count, right? So mine count will be 10. Yep. So next thing that we need to do is the thing. So we'll do board that, right? Let game over equals to false. So board will be an array, right? 2D array of, so it will be 2D array, two-dimensional array with row and column. And we have a game over object. Next thing we can do is do first click equals to true. So this is basically to make sure you never lose on your first click. So this is if the user just click in the first click and dies, this variable basically will basically use it to make sure we know that it is the first click, and after a user clicks the first click, we'll make it false. Right. Next is flag count. So we'll do flag count 0 to know how many flags that user has put in it, and revealed count to see the number of revealed count, right? Next is the timer interval. So we'll do timer interval. So where do you start this? Right, this will be the timer, right? It will start the timer like that. So this will be timer interval. So initially it will be null because its timer hasn't started yet. So we'll do second elapsed. We'll just put it to 0 for now. Also do let clicked mine shell equals to be null. So that is all of the game variables. Now we can put all of the DOM elements. So we'll do board L equals to document dot get element by ID. Right, we'll get board here. We'll just copy there we go. So we'll basically name this message L. We'll get the message and also get the restart. We can just name this restart button and copy this, paste that there. Okay, next is the mine count element and copy that, paste that there. Board L has been already declared. Makes sense. I'm saying if there are any errors that I've made, right? We'll just do timer, and there we go. So that is all the element that we need to get, right? Now I'm seeing if I messed up somewhere. Yeah, okay, I should be fine then. Why is there no gap between the, okay, let's quickly debug this. So we have status bar, right? We have status bar, so display flex one item center, just content space between, justify content. So I just do that. Give me a second. So inline block. Okay, that's fine. Padding is also, that's also fine. Is there any, did I make any mistake here? Doesn't seem like it. Yep. Line item center, justify content. So this is not working at all. It's interesting to see that. Is it because it doesn't have a fixed size? What I can do in game card is can I give it a width? I'll give a width of 100%. So this working. I guess it doesn't have a fixed size, I would say. So I can give it a fixed size of 400. Let's say 250 pixels, right? A little more, I guess. 300. And then 280 pixels. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, I hope this works. It's fine if it doesn't, but yeah, for now, to make it look nice. Okay, so one thing that we have after this, so the first thing is the function that creates a board. Well, the function create board equals to that, so we'll get the board for let row equals to 0. Row is less than the rows, right? And row plus plus. So we're looping it. So we're looping through we're looping through 0 to the 0 through n rows, which will total number of rows. Now we have 9 by 9, so it will be kind of a 9 times 9. Here, what we can do is basically do const row array. Okay, there we go. So this will be the thing that will be responsible for holding the value of rows, right? So all of this will be rows. We'll do for, we can use another loop. For let gold equals equals to 0, and quotes is less than quotes, and we'll do whole plus plus. And now we'll do row array dot push. Now there will be a couple of variables inside the thing. Each will have this. So initially the mines will be false, right? Is revealed if it's the actual row, the actual cell is revealed or not, will be false, right? All of this will be false basically. Is flagged will be false. So either a cell can have a mine, can be revealed to have a number, right? And is flagged, right? So these are the parameters. And last we have adjacent mines. So adjacent mines basically is the 3 by 3, 8 neighbors. So 3 by 3, 8 neighboring neighbors, 8 neighboring cell neighbors of that. So we'll just do 0. So we'll be making another thing after this, right? So after this, we can just do board dot push, board dot push. We can just do a row array. Now we can just do that, and at last I can just check if it's working. So we'll do console.log. We'll log the board. Let's call the function here. As you can see, it looks something like this, right? So if I just do Control Shift I, what I'm going to do is save that. And there we go. That's everything that we need. So if I just refresh, it should be right there. There we go. So we have all of that. There we go. Now, next thing that we can do is we can have that function. So next thing we can do, so next function we have to create is place mines. So we'll do function place mines. Messed up the spelling of function in the first try. That's not great. So we'll do function place mines. And here we'll do let mines placed equals to 0. We'll do while mines placed is less than the mine count. Oops. Mine. We have mine count. So in total, there will be 10 mines that we can place. So it'll be placed randomly throughout the grid. So we'll loop until mine placed is right now is 0, initially is 0. Will be until we run out of mines, right? So we need to have a random coordinate to place the row every time we iterate through the loop. So the row equals to math dot floor. Now we need to start by random, of course. Now this will generate a random number from 0 to 1. We will multiply this by rows to scale that value to our rows values. And then we can just do math.floor to round off that value, right? Now we'll do the same for this. So this will be a call, and this will be calls, right? So we have gotten the coordinates. The next thing is we have to check if the cell is safe to place or not. Sometimes you don't want to overlap. Let's say there is a possibility that this in the random chances that we occur a place where it's already like the mine has been already placed, right? To check that, we can do a safe cell. We can check if a safe cell. Oh my god, right? So it's basically we'll check if it is safe to place. We have to now we'll check it. Now we'll check it by doing this, right? Here, we can do a check if row is equals to safe row and row, call equal to safe call. We have that. So we don't have these values, so this will get passed through the function as a parameter. There we go. Now we can just do is if board row times call is mine, right? We'll check if that's a thing. Here we can and is safe cell. There we go. So if it is, we can just do board row times call dot is mine equals to true. Right, so is mine is a variable here. There we go. Right. So we're checking here if the current board is already, does it have a mine already? And here we can, and it is a safe cell, then we can just basically do that, right? So next is mines placed plus plus. And after that, we can just do, we can call the calculate adjacent mines function here. Now we have to create this function, calculate adjacent mines. Now to create this will be very interesting. So we'll do for, we need to iterate through the entire grid first. We'll do let rows, not rows, row equals to 0 and row is less than rows and row plus plus. I hope I'm not doing. So we are expected, we are apparently expected to have somewhere here. So in JavaScript, so here, here, here. Okay. I'm just gonna save it. If the thing persists, I'm also going to do that. So let's save that, come here. Okay, I don't have any errors, that's fine. So it was probably an error before that. Or it was probably of this. Because I haven't placed, oh, okay, that makes sense. There we go. There we go. I was just confused for a second. We'll do for let col equals to 0, col is less than cols, and col plus plus, right? So we'll do if board is the given cell, right, is mined. So if it is, just continue, right? Because if it is mined, it's kind of doesn't make sense to calculate adjacent mines because it's already mined, right? Makes sense. Now here, what we have to do next is let the count of the thing. So we'll do count equals to 0. We will check if, so this will go through, this will go let row equals, not row, actually row variable is already used. I can, so not use, it's a local variable, but I don't want to make it confusing, so I'm just not going to use it. We'll use R for this, why not? So -1, so it will go from -1 to exactly to 1, right? We'll do R plus plus. The reason why we do this is we are trying to find the 8, like 8 nearest neighbors to see for adjacent mines, right? So for let C equals the same. So we'll go from -1, we'll go from -1 to 1 and just do C++, not the actual language. I was talking about increment, right? We'll do const neighbor row equals, or we'll use this one. So neighbor row equals row plus r. So we are scaling that, right? And we will do the same for column or neighboring columns. So here we'll just do col plus c, and we'll check if is inside board. We haven't made these function yet. We will do it later. Neighbor row, we'll check if it inside neighbor row. And neighbor column is inside the board. And we'll check if board neighbor row and neighbor column is mine. So if it is, we can do count plus plus. So after this, what we can do is set board row and column dot adjacent mines equals to count. Right, and there we go. So that is all. That is how you calculate adjacent mines. There we go. The next thing that we have to do is we have to make a small function for this is inside the board. So I'm just gonna do that. We'll make a function that will be named is inside board. So this is a very simple function. It will basically take row and column, right? So here it will take row and column. Let me connect my mouse again. We'll take row and column and check if the given thing is mined or not. Very simple. Let's do this. So for do that, I'm just gonna do straight up return row is greater than equal to 0, right? 0 and rows. So hold up. Give me a second, guys. Okay. So we have rows and you can do column is greater than equals to 0 and close is less than close. So this is the function. So this is 1 and this is 2, right? Next we have to create is the reveal shell, right? And after that we have a couple of functions. We have a lot of functions actually. We are about halfway done, I would say. We are about halfway done, I'm not sure. Halfway done through the project, right? Till now, I don't think we have any function. And we will get a lot of function to check. So we'll just call calculate adjacent mines. So we'll do calculate adjacent mines here. See if any errors. Undefined reading 0, which makes sense, right? So next thing that we have to do is to create the reveal shell function. So this will basically calculate the revealing shell. So we'll do reveal shell. So this will get through the row and column, and this will check if this will be a recursive function that will check if the shell has 0 adjacent mines, and it will automatically reveal all of its neighbors, right? So for that we have to check if the given row and column passed, or given cell passed through that function, is inside the board. So we have made a handy dandy function for that, so we can just pass the row call, and if that returns false, we can just straight up return from this function. Now next thing we have is cell. So we do cell equals to board, row, and column. So as I said, this will be a recursive function. The next thing we have to put all of the base case, right? So we'll do shell dot is revealed, or shell is flagged. So these two things. So if it is, just return from this function as well. Now we can do shell dot is revealed equals to true. We can reveal that. Now we can give the revealed count plus plus, right? As I said, this will basically be our function. So we have to make a recursive function. So check if cell dot adjacent mines is equals to 0, or cell dot is mine. So this basically will check if the adjacent mine of that cell is equals to 0. It doesn't have any adjacent mines, and shell dot is mine, right? Shell dot is mine is the cell in itself isn't mine. If we'll make sure if it is not a mine. And I will loop through all of that. So we'll get let r equals to, we'll loop at -1. So we'll do the same concept as we did from there. It will be -1 to 1. The reason why we do that is we want the 8 layers. So if we do here, right, each mine will have the thing. So we'll just, if we go to a Skelly draw, right, we want the 9 nearest neighbors. So here we will have like 9 nearest neighbors. So let's say this is the cell. We want the nearest 9 neighbors of that cell, right? So it'll be -1, right? And 0. So we'll do -1 plus -1. So it'll basically be something like this, 9 by 9 grid, right? So the way that it is designed here is we want the nearest neighbors, and that is what it does. Okay, so I'm just gonna explain it in a bit, right? So here we come back. Where is it? There we go. And yes, okay, so we can just go through that. My thing is not working. Give me a second. It's fine. Okay. Okay, so to get from all the way to 1, right, we need that, right? So in this, we have, this will be the -1, this will be 1, and this will be 0, and this will be 1, right? Same goes for this, and the column here will be 0 and 1. So this here, right here will be, -1 plus -1. This will be 0, 1, right? That will be, sorry, it will be -1, 0, and it will be 1, -1, right? Or -1, 1, sorry. Something like that, right? So we'll get all of the nearest neighbors and we'll check if the nearest neighbors are just in mine. So we're doing the same here, right? So we'll go to -1 and here we'll just do r is less than r is less than 1, sorry, right? We'll go to 1, right? And we have to make sure that we go exactly less than or equal to that and do r plus plus. We'll check in the column too. So we'll do 4c equals to -1. And we'll do c is less than or equals to 1 and do c plus plus. And here we'll check if r is equals to 0 or c is equals to 0, right? If it is, then we'll just continue. Otherwise, we can just do reveal shell. We'll do row plus r. We'll do call plus c. So that is all of our function for that, right? So that is a reveal shell function. Next function they have to make is the toggle flag. So this will basically be a really simple function, right? So we'll create the function toggle flag. We'll get the row and call that we want to flag. And we'll just do const shell equals. We will get the board. We'll get the cell for that, and we'll check if shell dot. It will only need to check if it's revealed. If it is, then return. Otherwise, we can do shell dot is flagged equals whatever that is, cell dot is flagged. So we're just you're just using the not operator to flip the bit, right? Now flag count, we can append that to shell dot is flagged. If it is, then we can just up by 1. Otherwise, we can just do -1. Now the way that we are doing this is we have to make it so that flag is also unflagged, right? When you right click, we have to basically switch if we have just basically switch this boolean value. That's by using not, and we'll basically now for the flag count, if a user flags a cell, that is +1 for flag count. If user decides to unflag it, if that's a word, right, we also have to decrease it by -1. So that is what it's done. So if this is triggered, right, depending on what the user did, we can just check if that is working. So we can just do that. Now next, I'm gonna use the update mind counter. Now we haven't made this function yet, right? We will do it right after this. So that is it for toggle flag function. Next function that we have to create is update mind counter. Oops. Here what we can do is just do const remaining equals to mind count minus flag count, right? That is the thing. So we have our mind count minus flag count in it in case. So that's the remaining thing. So here we can just do mind count element dot text content equals to string. We'll paste all the remaining dot pad start 3, 0. right? So that is what we're doing here. Next thing we have to do is to see, we have to make a function to check if the user won the game. So that is it. So we will, it's basically very simple. If if there are no mine count, or like the mine count is exactly equal to the total saved cells, that is basically user has won. We'll do const total save shell equals to our rows times whole, so that is the entire thing, minus the mine count. So here we can just do return reveal count. So all of the cells that have been revealed is equal to the total saved cells. That means the game has been over and user has won, right? So that is it. So next thing that we need to do is we have to create a function that handles the user click, right? So we'll make a function for now, unexpected. We'll do function handle cell click, and we'll just do roll call. So we need to get that. Now we have to check if the game is over, right? So we'll basically check if the game is over. Now the thing here is we'll make this value. So we have made a value here, I believe, which is game over, right? We have to check if this is true right now, right? Game over. So what we'll do is we'll just do if game over, we can just do return. That makes sense, right? And we'll do const shell equals to board row and column. So we're getting the shell. We got the row and column coordinates. Now we have to get the actual shell. Now we can get that by you passing the row and column to the board array, right? So do if cell is flagged and shell dot is revealed, return, and if first click, right? So first click is also true. So not true in a sense that it is true for the first click, right? We can do place mines row and column. We'll do first click, set that to false, and start, just do start timer function. So this is a function that we'll be making later. This is for the first click. Now we'll check if shell is mine. So if it's mine, we'll just do shell dot revealed equals to true, and clicked mine shell equals to shell, moves to end game, and set that to false and return, right? If the given shell that was clicked is a mine. Otherwise, we can just do, revealed. You can call reveal shell, row and column. We can send the row and column, right? And next, we will check last if the user has won. We have to check this on every click. So we made the check run function here. So we'll do end game true. And at last, we'll call the render function. So render function we'll be making later, which will render all of the boards. So we'll do function here, handle shell click, but in this case we'll do right click. So this is for making the given shell a flag. So we have to pass event row and column. Right, after this we can just do event dot prevent default to make sure the site does not reload, because every click you do does trigger a event, right, which has some default events. So we have to remove that, and we can do return. If we do return in a sense that if the game is over, there is no kind of point in playing, right? So there we go. We'll do toggle flag, and we'll just pass the row and column. And here we'll just do render. There we go. Now we have to create the function for endgame. So let's just quickly go ahead and do that. So we'll make function endgame. We can check one. We can check if the user has one or not. So we'll just do endgame, pass one. And we'll set the game over to true. Clear interval. Clear interval. So the timer that we have, right, we have to clear the time for that. So since it will be a set timeout function, we have to clear that set timeout. We can just do timer interval. We can clear interval just like that. Next, we can do if one, if the user has one, right? If the user has one, we can do message element dot text content. We can just set it to be you cleared the field, right? And the restart button, I'm going to add a small thing here. So in text content of the restart button, we can just copy. I'm going to copy a emoji, right? So I'm just gonna copy and paste it. So this will be the emoji that will if the user won. Now else what if user has not won, right? I can just copy this, copy that, paste that here, and inside this I can just create boom, game over. And we can just put this, right? And that is pretty much it. Now, after this, what we have to do is get the all of the row and column. If the user lost, right, you have to reveal it. So we'll do for let row equals to 0, row is less than rows, and row plus plus. For let col equals 0, col is less than cols, and col plus plus plus. We'll check if board here, right? We'll check if board is mine. So we want to reveal all of the mine, right? And we'll just do that is revealed equals to true. And yeah, there we go. So after all of that, right, we can just call the render function. And yeah, now next function they have to create is the function to start the timer. Very, very simple. We can just do second elapsed. We can set that to 0 initially. We'll do timer. We need the timer element dot text content equals to string second elapsed, right? And dot pad start. We can do 0 from 0. There we go. So this will basically add 0 to in front of it. Here, now we need to do that every second. So we'll do timer interval. We have to set that. Timer interval equals to set interval and inside this we have to pass a function which will get called every time it specifies. So this will be called every 1000 seconds, not 1000 seconds, 1000 milliseconds, which will be 1 second. We'll do second elapsed, and then we'll do timer element dot text content equals to do the same thing here, right? So here we have second elapsed. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the thing. So last two functions that we have to create. The first one is the render function. So all of the things that we're doing is the render function here. So we'll do function render. So this is a really long function so pay attention. First we need to get is the board element, and we'll do inner HTML. We'll set that to empty. So next is board element dot style dot grid template columns equals to repeat. So this is the value that you can give in the grid template columns CSS property. That's why I've done get the element, get the style property. Which style property? Grid template columns, right? And we can basically set this to be repeat this to calls, right? And then we can just do 26 pixels, right? That is pretty much it. Okay, so I want to check if the error was gone. So it's just gonna want to make sure if I didn't forget anything. Doesn't seem like I forgot anything. Okay. Just do one minesweeper 1. Okay, so that is weird. Let's go to the project. And there we go. See, okay, so somewhere here I have so let's just check where, right? Okay, I don't know why it is doing that. I don't think there is, probably here. Okay, let's just comment this part out and see. Okay, this somewhere around here is a token. So yeah, okay, I already see it. So it goes here. This also works. This also works. This also works. This also works. I don't know why there is a thing here. So there we go. Okay, so next thing that we have to do is get that. So we'll do for let row equals to 0, and we'll do row less than rows, row plus plus. Next thing we have to do is same for col. So less col equals to 0, col is less than cols, and col plus plus, iterating through all of the columns. And now we can just do const cell equals board row, board col, const cell element equals to document dot create element. We'll be creating buttons. Each shell will be a button, right? And we'll give the shell element a class name of shell, right? So next thing we have to check if shell is revealed. If it is, then we'll just do shell element dot class list, they can do dot add. So we're adding revealed class to the shell, right? So I hope I typed it correctly. So revealed revealed. There we go. I want to absolutely make sure that I didn't mess up the spelling. So now inside this, we'll just do shell dot is mine. Shell dot is mine. We can just put if game over. We can do shell. We can just do clicked menu shell. And we can just do shell element dot class list dot add. We can just add mine hit. Now after that, we can just do shell element dot text content, and we need a bomb emoji. So let's just search a bomb emoji. There we go, and there we go. Now we have to put else if. Now next is shell dot adjacent mines is greater than 0. If it is, we can just do shell element dot text content. We can just put that to adjacent mines. Shell element dot class list dot add, do num. So remember, we basically made the number of values here. So we just basically dynamically updating the value. So we have num hyphen, right? We'll do plus shell dot adjacent mines. There we go. right? So we'll do if. Now here we'll just do else into shell element dot class list dot add. We'll do raised. And I will check again if shell is flagged. If it is, if it if it is, then we can just do shell element dot text content equals to, we need a flag emoji, so we'll just do flag emoji. I need this one. There we go. I copied this. Boom. Right. And after that, we should be fine. So it's giving me an error. So we'll see where the error is. So unexpected token catch. Right. So we have this, right? So we have a syntax error here somewhere. So we'll just put down here else if shellman.text. Yeah, that seems to be fine. We'll do lesson.add num adjacent mines, seems to be fine. So let's check if it's coming from render. Oh. Oh, okay. I just forgot one curly bracket. It's fine. Sometimes it happens. Now, the rest of the content that we have here is after the else. So we have that. So after this, we have to do shell element dot add event listener. We will listen to a click and we'll trigger a function. So this will basically just handle shell click. We'll just call and we'll just get the row and column. Next thing we have is we have to add. So context menu. So left click is basically refers to left click. So if you want the right click, we can just use the context menu. Since right click usually opens the context menu, that's why it's called context menu. So function, we can pass the handle right click function. And after that, at last we can do word element dot append child. We can append shell element. And that is pretty much it. That is a really long function. Now, last function that we have to create is new game. So let's quickly go ahead and create this. So this function will basically make new games. So now this will basically switch out all of the things. I'm just gonna copy paste actually. This is very, very simple function here. So I'm going to explain what it does, right? We have a timer, so we'll create the timer, create a new board, set the game overs to false because we're just starting a new game. Put the first click to true, flag to 0, reveal count to 0. Basically, put the default value. Mind count text content will put the same thing here, which is 0. And then timers, set the timer to 0, message to nothing, and restart button to whatever the default value is, and render the board, right? Here we can just do, so last we can just set a restart button. So if you click on the restart button, it should restart the button. So we'll basically set this. So if you click on the button, which is this right here, right? We'll make it, so we'll just call this function. So we'll just do new game. After all of that, we can just do new game, and there we go. So here it is undefined, it's reading, not read the properties, reading set to 0. So let's check what is the issue here. Okay. I click on the wrong thing here. Calculated mines, properties reading. So calculated mines on number 81. So no source. What is happening here? Okay. Hold up. So we'll check if what's the issue. So you got a new subscriber. Please continue to interesting series. Thank you, man. Thank you. Right now we are in the debugging situation here. I messed up some. I already see that I messed up in UI, but I need to see what is wrong here. So here, I think what I did wrong. So if I just do fly count, so it's saying that its value typer cannot read properties of undefined reading set to 0. Okay. Uh-huh. So I'm going through the code here. This seems to be fine. Okay, we'll go through the things. Okay, let's see the easiest one. If I missed somewhere here. So we have upper bound. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So the rows, I forgot row here. So row is less than rows, right? And so this does work. So that's actually working. The reason for that is the shell is the styling is not working. So let's just quickly go ahead and try that. So where is the shell? So I've set the value of the width to be width height 70 pixels. So we do have put this to that. Why is it not working? Is it because of the board? Board frame, board should be nice. So we can just, how about we just do minimum width, set that to height, minimum height, set that to this. That still doesn't work. Probably because it doesn't have the button element to it. Okay. Okay, so I want to see if, okay, right click does not work. So context menu, there is something wrong with context menu. Okay, I know what is wrong. I forgot to pass in the event. So we'll do event, pass that event here, right? Hour and second image, so that's fine. So yeah, okay, there is something to grid template columns. Ah, oh shit. Oh, wait, hold up. So we'll do that. Okay, I messed up somewhere in CSS here. I want to see what is the issue. I want the individual cell to be that. Okay, so it's not revealing the adjustments. So I think I also did something in adjacent lines. How is already, this is already 10, but okay, so at least that works. Like the styling is working, so I have to figure out why the property for that not working. Have I not made this board a grid? So we'll do board, give the ID a board. Got the board as board frame. And see if other things work. So these are things are working. And this, I'm guessing this is a, oops, okay. All right. And yeah, that should be it. I want to see what is wrong with the CSS here. Let's force it. If I just do minimum height is 26 pixels. Uh-huh. So give me a second, guys. Just minimum color. Grid board frame. It's shell and ID. Wait, we pass the shell. If I do shell, will be dot class shell element, right? You can find it. V1 creating the board, right? The first click, render, start timer, render. So, uh, oh, okay, class name is shell. So The reason why it was not working is because this. And yeah, that is pretty much it. Okay, guys, so I'm just gonna publish this as code in Minesweeper. Right, code in Minesweeper, publish to this domain. And what I'm gonna do is copy this link and send it in chat later. If I go here, this is the Minesweeper game right here. Let me zoom in. So this is the Minesweeper game that we made. It is fully functional, even though I'm kind of not good at these games. But yeah, that is Minesweeper. I hope you liked this stream. If you did, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys in another stream with another project. Till then, bye-bye. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So it is, I think, our 6th episode of making the mirroring our Facebook, not our, but our series, right? So this is 6th episode, and today we're doing the group space. Okay, so let me just quickly start. Let's build our boilerplate just like that, and let's give it a name called Facebook. What should I give it? Facebook groups, I guess. Just like that. And after that, what I'm going to do is link our CSS file, which is this. So in all of our other mirroring videos, we always made the header, right? But in this video, I'm not going to be making header because it will just make the stream too long. So I'm just going to copy the header and paste from our previous code, just like that. It didn't appear. There we go. So this is the header from our previous video. And also I'm going to use the, what I'm going to do is also link our icons, because as you can see here are all of our icons, but it's not showing in our web page because we haven't linked our font awesome icons. So now we go. There we go. There's icons. And also copy our CSS. So first what I'm going to do here is make our simple code first, and then just start, you know, doing things. So here what I'm going to do is first I am going to copy our header. So with that said, it should make our Facebook. There we go. This is our Facebook header. Let's, come on, it's not responsive because we haven't made it responsive yet. Now, after this header, right, after the header tag, what we'll do is make the main container div. So after this, what I'm going to do is make div. And I can also do this. I'm just going to type main container and it will make div for me. Inside this, what I'm going to do is type left sidebar. I comment this because this will be our left sidebar. Just comment, right? We're going to use a side here, and oops, just like that. Also, I'm going to use the aside and give it a class called left sidebar. A side tag is usually used in like sidebars, so I'm going to do that. Also give a div with sidebar header, so this will be our sidebar header. Inside this, I'm going to give it h1 tag with a class of sidebar title, just like that. Sidebar title. Hopefully I don't mess up any spelling. Also give container, because this will not be our sidebar title. This will actually be the container for the sidebar title. Inside this, what I'm going to do is make a h1 tag with a class of sidebar title. So this is the actual sidebar title this time, like that. And this will have, let's say, groups. So this will basically be our groups. Why is it not showing? Something is weird. So what I'm going to do is restart this
import. Okay. I think this is because if we just do, I know what's going on. So if we do this, if we do opacity 0, you'll see groups here. Since this position is fixed, what is happening is groups is appearing behind this header. So let me just cut that. There we go. So you'll fix it using CSS, but let's write our HTML structure first, okay? With that said, what I'm going to do is here, after this h1 tag, that is the sidebar title, right? I'm going to make another div here which has a setting icon. So aside of the group's title, there is a setting icon. So I'm basically just building that. We also need an icon, so I'm just going to copy this and change the title of this to cog, like this. What I'm going to do here, first, for now, because you guys cannot see what's happening in the web page anyways, what I'm going to do here is of the header, I'm going to change the opacity to, let's say, 0, so this disappears. And you'll see the actual page. You don't need to see the header file for now, okay? I'm sure we do everything. We'll just make the opacity of the header to, we'll just comment this part out and it'll just work just like that. So, because for now, you guys cannot see anything in the screen except for the nav bar, right? So with that, what I'm going to do here is, after that's done, I'm going to see where the container is. Oops, I made the container h1 tag. I was supposed to do div. So what I'm going to do here is do that, and it should be done. So after that, what I'm going to do here, so next second sidebar is the feed search, right? What I'm going to do is type feed search here. Hopefully I don't mess up any spelling again. So this will be our feed search box. Just like that. Inside this, what I'm going to do is put a icon tag, which will be the search icon, right? So here I'm going to change the name to search, just like that. After that, I'm going to put an input tag because this is an input field, am I right? This will have a text type of text. I'm going to cut all of these and put a placeholder that says search groups, and that should be done. After that's done, so after the search box is done, what I'm going to do is, after the feed search is done, what I'm going to do is put here, I'm going to give a UL tag because we'll be making our sidebar menu. So UL tag with a class of sidebar menu, just like that. Inside that, what I'm going to do here is put an li tag, just like that. Inside a li tag, what I'm going to do is put an anchor tag. And this will lead to nowhere, obviously, because we haven't made anything else. And which will also have a class of active. So this will be a active li tag. And which will also have a icon. So I'm just going to copy this icon here, just like that. Nope, I was supposed to put it inside the anchor tag, just like that. So this would be your feed. Put here, I'm gonna put this to, let's say, RSS. There we go. This will be the Wi-Fi logo. And I'm just gonna copy that, put it, let's say, 3 times. The second class will be, I think it doesn't need a class. I'm just gonna cut this because it doesn't need anything else except for the thing, so it should be fine. I'm gonna change this to compass and this to users, just like that. I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna change this to discover and that to your groups, just like that. Now with that, I think we should be done. That is our sidebar header. just like that. After our sidebar header, we have our group section. So what I'm gonna do here is put group section saying groups and put section here. Inside the section, we're gonna do another div, will be groups section header. I'm just seeing I'm double checking the spelling so I don't get the spelling mistake again. So here I'll have a h3 tag saying groups you have joined. This is basically like a title of saying which group the user has joined, obviously. And this will have a button. You guys gonna see anything? Hopefully, okay. Button with a class of create group button. This will be supposedly a button that will let you to create groups. Inside this button, what I'm going to do is put a icon. And copy that, paste here. So this will be an icon of plus, because this is a create group button, right? So with that, I think it should be done. Now next in the list is, that was the header. So after the header, what I'm going to do is make a div for group item, right? So inside this will be a bunch of different items or individual items. So here, what I'm going to do is make one and just copy paste it and change few stuff. Okay. This will be an image tag with a source. Well, first I'll put alternatives. I'll put this to group, and next is class, which will have a class of group avatar. So here, this will basically be a bunch of groups. I'm gonna copy paste this just like that. This will basically just a dummy group. I'm just gonna format the document so I can see better. After this, what I'm going to do is make another div with a group info. So this will be all of the information about the group. I'll make a h4 tag with anime fan group. There we go. So that's done. So this is about one group, right? So this is one group. What I'm going to do is copy this and paste it a bunch of different times. Let's say 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And this will all be, let's just change the name and not the image, because I cannot guarantee all of my stock image is working, because I just took random from internet. Let's say the next is, this group is about photography. And let's see, photography and videography, just like that. Next is about, let's say, Squid Game, random stuff. Oops. And next is about, what should next be? Cooking, I guess. Cooking recipes. There we go. And next, let's say the last one is just travel. Travel adventures. There we go. Adventurers. There we go. I don't know if that makes sense though, but okay, that's fine. So with that, I think we should be done. So after that, what I'm going to do is, so this will be our side left bar. This will all be our left bar here. After this aside tag, what I'm going to do is make the main content. So this will be the actual post that you see in the main page. I'm going to put a comment saying main content, just like that. After that, what I'm going to do is put the main tag with a class of main content. Inside this, what I'm going to do is make a div, say content wrapper. This will basically be a div that will wrap everything. And this will be our individual post. I'm going to do post in S. So this will be all the posts that we see. So I'm gonna make a div with a post. This will be one post, right? So I'm gonna make another div inside that saying post header. This will be the header of our post. I'm gonna make a image tag, which will have a source. But before we put source, I'm just gonna put few stuff, you know, for what is the alternative, and also a class saying post avatar, because this will be the profile picture of the group, various different groups. So here what I want to do is that, and after this div, what I'm going to do is make another div. I'm going to format the document, and after this, what I'm going to do is make another div saying post author. So this will be the name of which group is it. So let's say this is anime fan group, right? So after this, what I'm going to do is inside this, what I'm going to do is make another div with a class post meta and put a bunch of different stuff. I'm going to make a span tag and copy that 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and fill it up with, let's say, anything. Qt by, I'm just writing a bunch of nonsense. Qt by anime news and update. If you like anime, hit that like button, guys. Sellout mode. So that's 2 hours, let's see, and that's also another dot. Let's put another dot here and put another I'm just gonna copy this, which is basically an icon, the Earth icon, the Americas, and put another span, which will have a smiley face, just like that, and also have feeling excited. There we go. So that's done with the post author div. After the post author div, what I'm going to do is make another div called post menu. Post menu. So what is it about? Is basically it's all of the what I'm going to do is, wait, let me first show you. You'll understand it right after I do it. I'm going to put the LSS to LSS H. Not ellipsis, ellipsis. Did I mess up spelling one more time? And yes, I did. Okay, there you go. This will basically be our menu. And here what I'm going to do is make another for this. I'm going to copy this, paste here, and change that to types. There we go. Will basically be our close. I should be fine. So after this is the main div, the post header. This will be a post header. After we finish the post header, this is the post content. So here, this will be post content. This will be the main content of the div. I'm gonna start with the image tag because obviously it's for image. I'm gonna give a class to the image saying post image, and I'll have all the anime, whatever, and also have a random stock image, just like that. Yeah, that works. I'm gonna format the document so it becomes like this, and after this, what I'm gonna do is type P here, a paragraph tag with the class of post text, and inside this what I'm going to do is just type lorem, just add a bunch of nonsense again, format the document just like that, and here after this div finishes, which is our post content, what I'm going to do is put another div saying post actions. So this is the like, subscribe, not subscribe, like, share you do. This is basically all of the buttons and all of the things that you see of how many likes it was. You can like the video, like the post, like not like the post. Is there a dislike button in Facebook? I don't think so. Another thing what I'm gonna do is post action liked. Just like that. I was not supposed to do that, but okay. So post action liked, I'm gonna put another. This will be the liked. Under the post action div, I'm gonna make another. I made another div. Inside this div, I'm gonna make another div, another not div. I'm gonna put a icon that is heart, like that. Should bring a heart. There we go. And also put another span tag telling how many hearts I got. Let's like put 100. No, I get a lot of. I love anime, so anime deserves all of the attention, guys. So after that, what I'm gonna do is copy this, paste here, change that, and recopy that. This will be the like, this will be the comment, this will be the share, and this will be these. So that will be send, and this will be share. So what I'm gonna do is change this to comment, and it should work. There we go. And after that is the changing the button on how many. Here this span tag will change to comment, just like that. After that, what I'm going to do is put this to share, and this to send, and this also to share. I didn't find one for like exclusive to send and share, so I'm using the same icon, guys. But that said, it should be fine. So after this thing is done, you can finally conclude that the post is done. So I'm seeing where the post starts, just like there. This will be the beginning of the content post. What I'm going to do is copy that, copy this, copy that, paste this bunch more times. With that, I think I made 3 posts, and with that, I think it should be done. Now we are done with our HTML structure. So this will be our HTML structure that will be used to style. So here I said I would just comment this. You can see our navbar. Now let's actually start to style our div. So here we were on profile pic small, and from here we'll start our main content styling. Just messed up the spelling again. Great. Okay, so the first is obviously the main container. Just like that. After the main container, what we do is put margin top. We'll put let's say 56 pixels. After that, what we do is display flex, and we'll put a min height of calc. We'll let it calculate of 100 bh minus 56 pixels. There we go. With that, the post and the left sidebar is separated. Now next is the left sidebar styling. So I'm going to put a thing left sidebar, just like that. It was not getting commented. That was weird, but okay, it worked. The next is left sidebar. Let's style that. So this will have a width of 360 pixels. It will also have a background color or background. Oops. Background of perfect white. So is there a perfect white color? There isn't. So we'll do. Oh, there is. Okay. This will also have a padding of 20 pixel and 0. It will also have an overflow of Y to auto. This will have a position fixed. Position of fixed, because it always has to be fixed on the left hand side, right? After that, it'll also have a height of the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy this and paste here. This is basically the same thing. So there we go. The since is fixed, we also have to fix the post, but we'll do it just in a bit. Till now, it does look good. After that is the sidebar header. The sidebar header has a padding of 0 and a 20 pixel. Also a margin bottom. You guys again can't see anything, of 20 pixels. Also has the sidebar title container. Do display flex, and also do align item center. Also do justify content center, not center, space between, and also do margin bottom 16 pixels. Or you can put 1 rem, but I'm going to put 16 pixels. What? Okay, I'm going to restart. Okay. For some reason, icons disappeared. That was weird. So here is the sidebar title, right? We have made the align center and display, so this thing right here actually did work. So here is the sidebar title. So this will have a font size of 24 pixels. We're also having a font weight of 700 because it has to be kind of bold because it's a title, am I right? And this will also have a color of 1C, 1E, and 2-1. There we go. I'm gonna try putting like really low font weight, and this becomes really bad. Oh my god. Okay. So next is the settings icon. We'll do dot settings icon. So here this will have a width of 36 pixels. This is basically this icon. Right now it's really small, so I'm gonna fix that. This will fix it. Also have a background of E4, E6, and EA. And also do a border radius 50%. Also do display flex, and also do right now it's stuck on the left corner. Do align item center and justify content center. That should fix that. And also do color. What I'm gonna do is this color right here, because it's kind of black, and pointer, it should be black. Also have a cursor of pointer, and also have a transition of, what should it transition, like background, I guess. It will have a slight background change with a transition of background 0.2 seconds. Also have a font size of 16 pixels. Now you have to make this for hover, because they've put transition there, so we have to say tell what to change there. And give a background color, or I'll just say background of DA, DA, and DF. Now if you hover around that, it should be a little darker, just like that. Now that is grouped, that is styled. Now is for the sidebar menus, right? I'm gonna put a I'm gonna say sidebar menu. I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna do list style none, because there is a bunch of dots which I don't want. That should fix that. There you go. And next is the individual lists. I'm gonna do sidebar menu li. This will basically style all of the list, because this right here is a list. So here, this will have a margin bottom. This will have a margin bottom of 4 pixels. Also, for the sidebar menu, for the anchor tags, what I'm going to do is put display flex and do align items center. Also do gap of 12 pixels. Also do padding of 8 pixels with 20 pixels. Also have a color of 1C, 1E to 1. Also have text decoration set to none. Also have a font size of 15 pixels and also have a font weight of 500. Also have a transition of background of 0.2 seconds. Also have a border radius of 8 pixels and margin to 0 and 12 pixels. There we go. That should be fine. Yep. There we go. Now for the sidebar menu hover, I'm just gonna do that. Paste that. I'm gonna say hover. And here I'll change the background to the same color, which is this one right there. So there we go. So next is I'm gonna put this to active because you did put one to active if you remember correctly. What I'm gonna do I'm just gonna do dot active here. And put the background color, not background color. If you change the background color, it'll just change the thing because we don't want that. This will have a background color of E7, F3, and F. There we go. So this is kind of selected, and also have a color of 1877F2. There we go. So it kind of looks like it's getting selected with the Facebook theme. So next is the same sidebar menu, but for the input tag, which is this thing right here. What I'm going to do is make the width to 20 pixels, also give it text align of center, and also have a font size of 16 pixels. There we go. That didn't do anything. I think I messed up something. Do is sidebar menu. You should see an input field somewhere. Okay. Give me a second. I think there's a mistake here. Okay. I don't think it's needed, but sure. What did I mess up? So there. Oh, I didn't. What? How did that go? I'm gonna do DADADF. There you go. And that should be good. Okay, let's continue to style. Next is sidebar menu I don't know what did I. Okay, and also put, there we go. And also have a font size of 16 pixels. I'm gonna change that. Okay, it should be good now. There we go. Now next is feed search. I'm gonna put that here. I'm gonna comment that. Next is feed search, which is this. What I'm gonna do is also here. What I'm gonna do is do dot feed search, which is the box. What I'm gonna do is put the padding to 0 and 20 pixels. Also have a margin bottom of 20 pixels, just like that, to match this. And now what I'm going to do is put the feed search box, which is that container right over there. What you'll do is do position relative, and we'll put width 100%, just like that. Our next is feed search box. Now for the styling input, what I'm going to do is put background color, the background color to this, and also have border to none, and also have border radius to 20 pixels. Also have padding to 8 pixel, 20 pixel, 8 pixels, and 32 pixels, just like that. Next is color. 102 is put that, because right now the text color is really light. The width to 100%, having outline none. Also have a font size of 14 pixels. There we go. It's not positioned absolute, so here what I'm gonna do is, this is not styled, so before we style that, what I'm gonna do is also style the placeholder. It'll be search box, so this will be input while having a placeholder. So I'm basically styling the placeholder. What I'm gonna do is just change the text color to something like 65676p, like that. Now next is the, instead of that, what I'm gonna do is put I. So this is basically the thing, the search icon. What I'm gonna do is put the position to absolute, and give left to 12 pixels, and top 50%, and also give transform translate negative 50%. Also give a color, color of, do we have this? 65676b, there we go. Also have a font size of 14 pixels. It's kind of not there, so yeah, we still have to tinker around a bit. We can put the top to a little bit less. There we go. We'll put more here. There we go. Now it looks good. After that is the group section. Just like that. And I'm gonna do margin top of 20 pixels. Also have a padding of 0 and 20 pixels. So this is the group section right there. Now for the header, we'll do groups section header, do display flex, and also do align item center. Also do justify content. We'll do between, and also give margin bottom to 8 pixels. There we go. Now next what I'm going to do is style the title, which is the group section h3, which is the actual title. We'll just change the font size to 17 pixels while having a font weight 600. Also have a color of this one right there. There we go. Just checking if this is working. So it's not. So here what I'm going to do is check the group section. Let's put group section header. Now that it should work. Okay. I guess it's just group section then. So next is create group button. So what I'm going to do is do create group button. This plus sign right there. And do background none and border none. Also give a color of this. That's working. And also have a cursor of pointer. Also have a font size of 20 pixels while having padding of 4 pixels. Also have border radius of 4 pixels, and also have a transition of background 0.2 seconds. There we go. Now create group button hover. What I'm going to do is just change the background to this. There we go. That should be fine. Our next is dot group item, so this will be all the items. I'm gonna do format document. Inside group, what I'm gonna do is display flex, also do align item center, and also do gap of 12 pixels. Also have a padding of 8 pixels and 0. Also do cursor pointer. Oops. Cursor pointer, and also do transition, all 0.2 seconds. Also do border radius 8 pixels. There we go. Now here what I want to do is put group item hover. We need to change the size of the profile picture. We'll do it in a bit, don't worry. And next is changing that to that. Now is padding. I'm going to change the padding to 8 pixels. There we go. They'll have a smooth transition just like that. Now next is group avatar, which is the profile. So what I do is do group avatar and change the width to 36 pixels and height 36 pixels. If you do that, that should be small, just like that. So border radius we're gonna put to, let's say, 8 pixels, and we'll do object fit cover. There we go. There we go, just like that. Now I think our left sidebar is done, but we still have to do a few things before. The next is flex. So we'll do group. We'll do group info, right? Do flex of 1. And put down here, and also have a group info edge 4. So edge 4. Change this to that and that. We'll have a font size of 15 pixels, having a font weight of 500, but also having a color of 1C, 1E, 2, 1, and also have a margin bottom of 2 pixels. There we go. Just like that. The next is the paragraph. Do is group info P, the font size of 13 pixels, and color, we'll do that. For the notification dot, wait, we don't have notification dot. It's fine. I kept this notification group info paragraph because sometimes, like, if I need to put any text under this, then I can just put it and just style it. So just let's leave it right there. If you put anything, like if you have to style it further in the next or upcoming video, then we can do it. Now next is the main content. So this will be our main post div. Do main content. Under this, what I'm going to do is do margin left 360 pixels, because we have made this position fixed and it was under it, so we had to do margin left like that. We'll do flex 1 and also have a padding of 20 pixels. We'll have a max width of calc 100% minus 360 like that. It should be good. Now next is content wrapper. Remember, I used the content wrapper div to wrap everything, so that'll be styling that. This will have a width of 360 pixels with having a margin of 0 and auto, just like that. Now put this so you guys can actually see what's happening. Sorry guys, I have a cold. With post, what I'm going to do is do dot post, so we are styling individual post. This will have a background of complete white, just like that. We'll have a border radius of 8 pixels, while having a margin bottom of 20 pixels, but also having a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA, while having that. There we go. Okay, slowly but surely looking like that. Now next is post header. We'll do post header, we'll put padding to 16 pixels. We're also having display flex, align item center, gap of 8 pixels. Now next is post avatar. Does it look good? Yeah, the header is almost there, but kind of the content is kind of weird though. We'll fix it, don't worry. So for post avatar, the profile picture will have a width of 40 pixels, with also having a height of 40 pixels, but also having a border radius of 50% and a object fit to cover. Okay, that's good. Now next thing we have to see is the post author. We'll do post author, which is the thing with the flex one. There we go. that fixed the weird issue. After that is the post order h4. We're basically starting the text here. We'll have a font size of 15 pixel, also having a font weight of 600, and also having a margin bottom of 2 pixels. There we go. Now next is the post meta. We'll do font size, we'll do 13 pixels. Color, we'll do this again. I'll do display flex and align item center and a gap of 4 pixels. There we go. Right, next is post menu. Post menu, just like that. We'll have a width of 36 pixels, height of 36 pixels, also having a border radius of 50% and display flex, align item center, justify content center, also have a cursor pointer and a transition of background 0.2 pixels. We have to put the background, so this will be post menu hover. I'll just change the background to the same color. Now it should work. There we go. Now for the post content, what I'm gonna do is do padding 0, 16 pixel, and 16 pixels. There we go. And for the post image, we have to resize the width. And we'll do width 100%. There you go, that fixed it. Border radius of 8 pixels. We're also having a margin bottom of 12 pixels. There we go. Now all the posts look good. Even though they're just copy pasted, but you know. Now for the post actions. We'll do display flex and also do border top 1 pixel solid E4 EA, like that. This will have a thing just like that. And after that, what I'm going to do is put post action. Do post action is the individual thing. What I'm going to do is this kind of long code. What I'm going to do is do flex 1. I'm going to do display flex here, align item center, and also do justify content center. Also do a gap of 8 pixels, do padding 8 pixels, also do a border radius of 6 pixels, also do cursor pointer, and do transition of background 0.2 seconds, and also do font size of 14 pixels while having a font weight of 500. Also have a color of that. There we go. Just like that. What I'm going to do is do post action hover. So this is for the hover effect. I'm going to do background and put the same here, just like that. And for the post action like we made, post action liked effect, what I'm going to do is color, I'm going to change it to that. So all the things should change to like. So change that by putting like, but let's not do that. That's fine. Now with that, let's do slide media queries. We'll do that. I'm going to do max width for 768 pixels. Those are standards. I'm going to do left sidebar. I'm going to change the width to 100% and also have a position relative. I'm going to do height to auto. Now next is the main content. I'm going to change the main content to margin left. I'm going to change it to 0. Also having a max width of 100%. That is all the media queries will do. The next is we should be done. Next one I want to change is this. Apparently I messed up the. Now while in content, the thing that this thing right here should be right there, right? And what I'm gonna do is for all of these, I want to change it to above, to stay above the image, just like that. I'll give a slight margin bottom. Just like that. I'm going to do format document and come here, see what is getting affected. So here we have to change a little bit of margin bottom for the post image. After the post image, I'm going to put this margin come to post image and Control X this and put it on the paragraph tag. Where's the paragraph tag? Here, what I'm going to do is do post text. Do post text and put it right there, and we should be fine. So with that, I think our groups page is done. So it came out looking pretty dead on in my opinion. Okay, there I see a small mistake I did. What I'm gonna do here is here. What I'm gonna do is here in the groups join div, right? All of the groups div. There is no margin, which again doesn't really make sense, but it's still a thing. So what I'm gonna do here is to inspect. Not supposed to do that. I'm gonna change that to here. Select this tool, and here groups section. Find groups section and give a margin left. Well, what should be the margin for that? So here what I'm going to do is give margin, let's say a guess of 20 pixels. Let's get a margin inline of, okay, give me a second, guys. Oh, I was giving margin to the wrong thing. Oops. There we go. Group item. And what is the group text for the groups joined? So give it a class saying groups joined text. And I copy this. Or what is this? Group joined text. It's also having a button, right? This is a groups joined header. Groups section header. I don't need that in group section header. What I'm gonna do, also give a margin inline of, how much was it? 50 pixels. There we go. Now with that, I think our thing concluded. So this was the thing we made. I think it came out looking pretty good, and yeah, that's it for today's stream, guys. If you enjoyed me coding, or possibly you coded alongside with me, then hit the like button of the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or video. Bye bye.
Hello, are we live? Hello, so we are live, right? So I'm just gonna check quickly. Yep. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So this is our day 4 of building projects. So this will be our day 4, and today we'll be building a Discord clone, right? If I wanted to show you how it will look like, right, I have the link, source code provided into the description, but I'm going to show you how it will look like. So it will look something like this. So this will be a basic static HTML code, right? So this is what it will look like, right? It looks like Discord. It's like basically a Discord clone, and this is what we will be building in today's stream. So yeah, with that said, let's get started, shall we? So I'm going to close this and close this entirely. I'm going to put a, and here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out chat because I cannot seem to see you guys. So I'm just going to pop out the chat, right? Because it will make more sense if I just get you guys on the screen. So I have you guys on the screen. Now we can start the project. So this is a very long project, so it might take like 3 hours. We'll do slowly. We'll learn a lot of stuff. I will be learning a lot of stuff. Hopefully there are some new things, and that is pretty much it. So that is our agenda for today's stream, basically. Now we have all this, right? Now we need to have a couple of things. First, we should create 2 more files. We'll be creating style.css and also script.js, right? Very classic stuff. Let's link our style.css first in case we forget, like this. Now, I have a couple of things that we want to do in today's stream, right? One is we need, I need to copy paste 2 more links. That is, one is for the thing, another thing is for Google. So if I just copy paste, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm just gonna put your format. There we go. So this is for our style.css. This is for us to use the font awesome icons, right? Which basically is icon tag. And next, this is basically our font. We'll be using font called Press Start. So to use that font, I have to basically import that. And that is pretty much it for the head tag. We are pretty much done. Now, what I'm going to do is hit go live. I seem to not have live server. So let's just quickly install that. So if you want to, I mean, apparently I don't have it, but if you want to launch your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code, you can just use live server. This is what we'll be using, unless you have any backend server. In our case, we will not be doing backend, so we'll be using live server. So after doing that, you'll have a go live button right here. Just click on that, and we are good to go, right? And that is pretty much it for the prep. Now, if we just do this, right? And here what we can do is, I'll do Alt Z, so it is wrapped. And we can start our project. So first thing we'll do is make a div. We'll make a div with a class of server rail. And also we'll also give an ID of server rail. And here what I'm going to do is give a class of server icon and also put the active by default, and give a title, right? Give it a title of pixel port, and also give a data, and I'm going to use data tip as a parameter. I'm going to use pixel port, right? This is basically be our dummy data. Now inside this, what I need to do is create a pip. So this will be empty data. We'll be filling it with JavaScript, and here we have a image. So I'm just gonna copy the image really quick. So this is the image. So this is what it will do. This will basically be our server icon, right? I'm in alt, I'm not gonna put anything because the image is getting displayed anyway, so it should be fine. So next is rail divider. So this will basically be our divider, right? This will also be empty. And we can just create a div called server icon again. So this will basically be a bunch of icons coming, like going back and forth, right? So I can probably just copy paste this to save time. Let's create a title of speed run channel. So this is basically dummy data provided by provided by the ChatGPT. I just ChatGPT'd and it was there. Okay, let's do .pip. And inside this, I'm going to create the icon tag. So by icon tag, what I meant by font awesome icons is this. I can basically use the font awesome icons like this, FA solid, FA stopwatch, right? Now, if I do this, you'll see a stopwatch icon appear right here. So that is what it does. And yeah. So now I can probably just copy paste a bunch of other, because it basically has the same icon over and over and over, right? So I'm just gonna copy paste. So we have all of that data. So it's basically same data with different icons. That's pretty much it. So this one, another, and here, right? Next thing that we have is we're gonna create another divider here. So I'm just gonna copy that, paste our divider here, and we can add a rail. So this will be like in Discord, how you have like the plus icon, meaning add a server and then explore public servers, you know, because of that, we're basically adding that. So we'll just do dot rail divider, not rail divider. So we'll do rail add. And here I'm going to put a title saying add a server here. And inside this, what I need to do is just put a icon tag with a class of FA solid, FA plus. That gives me the plus icon. Now I can just copy and paste this, right? Copy and paste this and just cut that to explore public servers. And then I can just change that to compass. That is pretty much it for there. Now we can go ahead and style this. So let's go to our style.css. So we'll start by defining our CSS variables. Now, I'm just going to copy paste our CSS variables because the reason for that is these are basically our styles, right? You can define a CSS variable. I'm just going to tell you how to define. Normally, what we use CSS variables for is putting a value where you can just reuse the value, right? Also give the value a little meaning. So again, background, we can just do void. This is the variable name. Now we have to assign a value to that variable. In this case, we'll do a color. So wherever we put the value background void, it will basically replace that to this color right here, right? You have to do semicolon, and that is pretty much it. So we can just copy paste this bunch of colors palette that I have, which we'll be using later. So that is pretty much it. Now we can just start our normal styling. So we'll do margin 0, padding 0, box sizing, we'll set that to border box, right? We have this project is very CSS heavy. So yeah. So we'll use selection here and just put the background to be var neon pink dim. Neon pink dim. There we go. And then we can just do color. I forgot semicolon here. There we go. I can just put, what else? Text hi. There we go. Now we have WebKit scroll bar. So in the scroll bar of our website, we can just style it using this. So we can just do width set to 10 pixels. Also do height set to 10 pixels. So we decrease the height of that, width and height of that. So in your WebKit, we can just probably copy this, paste that here. Scroll bar, we can just do track, which is the actual thing. We can just set the background to that. We can put that to transparent. So that is all of our things. Now, next thing we have is the thumb of the scroll bar. So we can just do thumb and change the background to background raise to, and also do border radius 6 pixel, right? Also do border. So border will be 2 pixels solid panel. Now, one thing I forgot is panel. There we go. So that is for all of the things that we need to do. So this is thumb, by the way, not thumb, right? And I can just copy paste this. So when you hover over this, we'll put a hover state. We will basically change only the background to be neon pink dim. So that is all of the things that we had to do for CETA, right? Next thing we can do is style the HTML and body. So here we'll just set the height to 100 pixels. Next thing we have is the body. So that was the common CSS property between HTML and body. We can set the background. We can set the background to be background/void, right? So that is how it will look like. Now, because of that, we need to change the color because our background and our text color both are white. So that kind of doesn't look nice. So we'll do text hide, right? And that will basically change it to that. Now font family we can use enter. Now to use enter, I don't think we have to do, but it's fine. So we'll just do fallback font. We'll put the sans serif. Then we'll do display flex. I'm gonna do height, set that to 100 VH, which is the total height. So from here and here, it depends on the screen size. Height VH basically generally means on top to bottom for one height of your user's screen size, right? So hidden, it basically can change or differentiate according to the user's screen size. So which also gives a little bit edge in responsiveness. And here we have position. So position, it will be relative since it's the body, right? That is pretty much it. Here we'll put a before tag here saying content. I'm gonna put to fix. And here we'll also put the position to be fixed. And we'll do inset to 0, pointer events to none. And here we can also do z index, set that to 999. The reason why I do that is I wanted the body to be in absolute on top, right? Now background, I have a lot of stuff. Do repeating, so we'll do repeating linear gradient to bottom. And we'll set the color. So we have the color, so we'll just do that. Give me a second, guys. So we have RGBA. We have set that to 255, 255, 255, and 0.018. Now I can just put that, give a value of 0 pixels. Now, give me a second. There we go. So we have 0 pixels. Now I can just copy paste this again, right? I can just do RGBA to 0 pixels. I can just copy, paste that there, change that to 1. Now we can do transparent to 1 pixels and transparent to 3 pixels. This is how it will look like. And there we go. Right. I mean, the wrong thing. Oh, okay. And yeah. Next thing what we have is we can put a mix blend property here. All right, mix blend mode, we can just do overlay. And there we go. Now we'll put the after. So we have made the before, we'll put a after. And here what we can do is still put the content to be that. We can set the position to be fixed. And here we can just set the inset to be 0 and pointer events to be none, right? And we can probably copy paste the rest of this actually. we can set one less d index than that, and then we can create a background gradient. So here we can just say background, we can put a radial gradient of ellipse, right, at center. We'll just put transparent, set that to 60%, RGBA, set that to 0.45 at 100%. And that is pretty much it for the thing, right? So next thing that we have is a anchor tag. So we'll do color, we use inherit. And next we can do is set the text decoration to none. Next is button. So we can use button, do font family, set that to inherit as well. And just do cursor, set to pointer. Border, set that to none as well. Background, set that to none as well. And set the color to inherit, right? That is pretty much it. Now we have like dot pixel, right? So here in the thing, right? So we can probably just start to style it. So here what we can do is create a class called dot pixel and set the font family to be press start to P, and fallback font can be monospace. And next dot mono, we can just set the font family to be JetBrains mono, right? And just fallback font is mono. Now finally we can start styling our server rail. So we'll just server rail width, set that to 74 pixels. Flex shrink, we'll set that to 0 to make sure it doesn't shrink. Background, we can just set that to be our normal background. So we can just use, it's not listed here, so we'll just type it manually then. So 0A 09110, right? That is the background colors. We'll do display flex. Also do flex direction column to, because we are making a Discord server, and left hand side of the sidebar we have our Discord server, so it's listed in column. That's why we're doing flex direction column. Align items, set that to center as well. Padding, set that to 14 pixels and 0. Also do a gap of 10 pixels. And overflow Y, I'm gonna set that to auto. And yeah, that is pretty much it. So we'll do border right. So 1 pixel solid. Oops, okay, so we'll do var border soft. There we go. So that is our sidebar. Now to style we have to style the server icon. So we'll do server icon. We'll just do width, set that to 48 pixels. Also do height, set that to 48 pixels as well. Also do border radius, set that to 16 pixels as well. Background, set that to what? We have the raise, right? We'll just use that. Next thing we have is display flex, align items, center, justify content to center. There we go. It is starting to come to like actual Discord styling, right? And then we can also do font size, set that to 20 pixels as well, a little bit bigger. Color, we can just do text mid. Position, set that to relative, and do transition border radius 0.2 seconds at ease. You know what I can do is just do all here. So just do that, right? And just do flex shrink 0. Next, we can just do server icon img. Or no, we have to style the icons first, actually. So we have all of that, right? So we can just probably put that. So next we can just we'll first style the icon image, and then we'll do the hover styling. How about that? And here we'll set the width to 100%. Same goes for height. We'll set that to 100%. Object fit set to cover. Also do border radius set to inherit. Okay. Next thing we have, give me a second, guys. So we'll do server icon to hover. So we'll hover and we'll do border radius, set that to 14 pixels. And we'll do background. Background, set that to neon. We'll use the pink neon, how about that? And there we go. And next is color, set that to white. And box shadow, we can just set to 0.002 pixels. And of course, it doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work inside. Background set to void. Now what I have is I can just probably copy paste this, change that to 14, and change this to pink dim. There we go. That is the server icon, right? Now I'm gonna put a active state as well. So I can probably just copy paste this, I guess. Now this is not a hover state. We'll have a active state. By active state, I mean which server is currently active. So we go here, as you can see, server icon, it has an active state. I say state because we have to hold that from our JavaScript. So the element, HTML element that has the active into their class list will be triggered from here. So it will have the same border icon and have the same thing here, color white. It will have the same thing, right? So I'm gonna probably change this to the border. Here, instead of putting a box shadow, what I can do is to transform. You can do translate -2 pixels. So here, there we go. I can also put cursor to pointer, but does that make sense? No, it doesn't. I don't remember Discord having that, you know? And yeah, that is pretty much it. So for the one that has active state will look something like that. If I give another server icon active, right? It will look something like this. And yeah, that is pretty much it that we have to do. Next thing we have to do is style all of this. So we'll do server icon and pip. Since pip is also a class, do that, and we'll set the position to be absolute. We'll do left -14 pixels. Also do top 50% and do transform. Translate, we'll just do -50%. and do width 6 pixels. Also do height 22 pixels. Border radius, set that to 4 pixels. And next thing we have is background. So background, we'll just use text high. There we go. And then we'll just do opacity set to 0. And transition, what do we do here? So we have transfer, translate to that. Negative 50%, and we have top 50%. So it will be something like this. We'll do transition. We'll transition only the opacity to ease, and also height to the same thing. Now we will check if server icon, will check if it is hover, if this is selected, and server icon is active, right? If it is, and also .pip. If all of these things meet the requirement, I need to make a comma here, right? I can just set the opacity to 1. So this is how it will look like. And there we go. So we have to style the plus icon too. So just do dot server dot icon, do active dot pip. Just do height 28 pixels. Right. Now for the real divider, right? We have a class called real divider, which basically divides the servers on the different sections. Right? So as you can see, there's a division right here and right here as well. So that is the real divider. We'll need to give it a background color, or like a background of border soft, and just give a border radius of 2 pixels and margin of 2 pixels and 0. Right? Actually, just do that, not 32 pixels, and there we go. Next thing we have is real add. So if we do that, give is 48 pixels, height we can give 48 pixels as well. And just do border radius 16 pixels. And then we can just give a background of radius as well. Display flex, align item center, align item center, justify content center. Also do color neon cyan. Do font size 18 pixels. And then transition, put that to 0.2 at ease. There we go. And that is pretty much it. That is our sidebar. Looks pretty nice, I think. Yeah, it looks dead on. Not dead on, but it looks pretty similar. So yeah, that is our thing, right? That is our sidebar for that. So next thing that we have to put is channel sidebar. So here, I'll go here. But I'm sorry guys, I'm eating. We'll do sidebar. Okay. We're good. We'll do channel sidebar since we'll be using this from JavaScript, right? Here, what we basically have is we need a server header, right? We need a server header. But before that, we can just probably just do that. So we can just do dot server header. On click, we can just do, we can call a toggle drop down. So we'll basically create a drop down here. And here we can just give it a title. And inside this, we'll use a span tag. And class, we'll do live dot. Just put pixel sport. And there we go. So after this, we have a bunch of other things we can probably put, right? So let me just quickly go ahead and ready up that. Here, what else? We can put channel category, right? We can make a div here saying channel scroll, and inside this we can have a bunch of categories, right? We can make a category. Let's say the first one is announcement. You know, in Discord, like you have a bunch of text channels. This is basically that, okay? So this is the container that will wrap everything inside there. And it will also need to have an icon. So just do that, and FA solid FA caret down. That is what I'm going to be using. If we can probably see. That's fine. So in that category, there will be a bunch of categories, right? And then it will also need to have one on the right. So we'll just do announcement. So I can tag here. And this will have a class of so solid that is a given. Next, we can just do add plus and add ch. There we go. That is give me a plus icon. That is one category, right? One category we can make. I have a bunch of other categories that I can just probably just copy paste. So I'm just going to do that, right? So I have a bunch of category that I can just use. Okay. So I have the other categories right here. So I'm just going to, so we have channel item, each thing have their own thing. So we have category, and each category has their own channel. So we also have channel items, same thing, like, and then we have another category here. That'll basically give the thing, right? And each channel item also has their own thing. So basically it will be one category, and there will be a bunch of items for that. And then we'll also have another category, so like that, right? So next thing that we have, we probably need to put is is, hold up. So here we have bunch of this. So I'm just gonna copy paste that. And I'm gonna directly paste this to this, right? So what this does is we have category items, right? And each have their item. So this will separate what? So here, the announcement is one category. In this, we have patch notes and schedule, right? And after that, another category starts, that's text channels, has a bunch of text channels. If you want the code to this, link will be in the video description. So it will just basically same thing. And then we can have a bunch of people. In the voice channel, we can have a bunch of other, like it's basically simulating the people are inside the voice channel, right? That is pretty much it. So this is entirely onto the channel sidebar. So if we go here, we want to see where this sidebar ends. So we need channel sidebar. So let me just channel sidebar. We have all of that. And then we can just put the container inside everything and it should be done. We have channel item. After the channel item starts, we have this. So we have a panel and then we have a self panel. So now in Discord, in bottom left corner of a sidebar, you have your own, you have your profile. That is what it is. So we'll call this self panel. Inside this, we need a div for the profile picture. So we'll call it avatar wrap. Inside this, we'll put a image tag. So I have the image tag with me right here. So I'm just going to copy the image. This will be my image. You know, I'll look handsome. I know. I'm kidding. We'll do status dot, and there we go. That is the header, right? So next is who. So this will basically specify the name and all of the other stuff. So here we'll just do name. We'll probably call it God of Beast. Or we can actually call, instead of my name, we can just call code. And how about that? And then we'll just do stat. Also put that to mono. And here I can just do level 42 arcade rank. And then we have the tools. So we'll do tools. Inside this, we'll have a bunch of buttons. So we'll do button. We'll give it a title of mute. So this will be mute button, and also to give a class. But instead of giving button a class, we can actually put a icon tag inside this and give that the thing. So we'll just do fa solid fa microphone, right? All of that we can just do. So next, I'm just gonna copy paste. It's the same icon. So this is for microphone. You know how your Discord has one button for mute and two more for deafening, and also for going to setting page, you have your gear icon. So that is basically what it is. So it is too big right now. So we're just gonna do that. And yeah, that is pretty much it, guys. So that is your volume icon, as you can see. Now going back to the main thing, let's go to CSS and let's style this now, right? So we'll just do style. So for styling this real ad, what we can do, that actually I forgot to put a hover for this. So we'll do hover, border radius set to 14 pixels. background we can set to neon cyan, right? And yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying till now. If you are, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, guys. Don't forget. We can put that next to channel sidebar. So to style this sidebar for this, we'll just do width 220 pixels. We'll do fresh string 0. We'll do background. We'll do back panel. Put display to flex. Flex direction set to column. And then we'll set border right to 1 pixel solid. Instead of doing RGBA, we have variables, so we can just do border soft. So that is our styling for that. Now let's go for channel sidebar. Sorry, server header. We'll put a height of 56. We'll do display flex. Align items to center. Justify content to space between. Padding, set that to 0 and 16 pixels. And do border bottom, do 1 pixel solid. Border soft. Box shadow, we can just do 0, 1 pixel, 0. RGBA, we'll just do that. We'll do flex shrink. We'll also do flex shrink 0 for that. Cursor set to pointer. And yeah, that is the server header, right? Okay, so next thing that we have is server header hover. So we'll just do hover. We'll change the background to be raised. So next we'll just do server header. Server header dot title. Just do font weight, set that to 700. Font size, set that to 15 pixels. Do display flex. Align items center. And put the gap to 6 pixels. Server header dot title, also do live dot, and here we can just do width 8 pixels. We'll set the height to 8 pixels as well. Also do border radius 50%. We'll set the background neon pink. Hello, red flag. How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Box shadow will do 0008 pixels and also do RGBA. Actually, we'll do pink, and that should be it. Next, we can just put a animation. So we'll just do pulse 1.6 seconds on infinite. Now we have to make keyframes for pulse. So let's go ahead and do that. So for pulse, it will be very simple. We have keyframes. So it will basically add in 0 and 100%, it will set to opacity to 1, and 50% opacity will be set to 0.35. Next, we can set the channel scroll. right? I'm gonna set the flex to 1. Also do overflow y add auto. Also do padding, set that to 12 pixels and 8 pixels. Channel, I'm gonna do category. We'll set this to be display flex. Align items set to be center. Also do gap 6 pixels as well. Color, text, low, right, which is the all for the categories. And then font size, I can just set that to be 11 pixels. Also do letter spacing, set that to 0.06 EM as well. So that is it. I want it to be capital, so there we go. Font weight, set that to be 700. Padding, set that to be 14 pixels, 8 pixels, 4 pixels. Cursor set to pointer. User select, user cannot select this, right? Now for hover, I'm just going to make the color to be text mid for category, right? It will just be highlighted a little bit more. For channel category, all right, for icons of that, I'll probably set the font size to be 9 pixels. And transition, I'm going to do transform 1.5s to ease. Next we have the category add. So this will basically be, by default, it will be opacity to 0. We'll set to opacity 0, but when you hover over it, we'll make sure to put that in. So right now, when you hover, I basically made the plus icon go, but if I hover over it, now you guys can see there's a plus icon appearing. That is what we're trying to do here. Okay. That is because of that. Now for channel items, right? Now for channel items, what we're gonna do is probably just do this. So we'll do display flex, align item center, gap 8 pixels, padding 7 pixels and 10 pixels, border radius 6 pixels, margin, color to text mid, font size to a little bit, decrease the font size a little bit, and font weight 500 and position to relative. So after that, everything here should be styled. Now, next thing that we have to do is put a hover state for this and set the background to be raised. There we go. There is now background, right? Give me a second. Okay. We'll set the color to text high. We need to wrap this inside a var container. There we go. Channel item dot active. So for active channel, we'll just do a different raise. We have raise 2, right? And text will still be the same thing. There we go. The general is active and it has a little bit more sharper color to it, right? Now I'll put a before state here, so we'll just do that. I'm basically putting this right here, as you can see. So that is what we're doing. So to do that, we're putting content to none. We're giving a width and height to it, right? That is what giving that container there. And we're setting a background and border radius for this. And then we're putting it to absolute. So that is the channel active. Now we can put a icon to that. So we can just do channel item I and also give the type icon to have font size of 14 pixels. Also give a width of 16 pixels as well. Also give text align set to center and do color text to low. So that is for all of the icons right there. Now for the badge, right? So I can just probably, there we go. So for badge, do dot badge, just give margin left to auto. Also give a background to neon pink. And also do color, set that to white. Also do font size 10 pixels and font weight 700. Also do padding 1 pixel and 6 pixels. Also do border radius, set that to 8 pixels as well. And font family, we can just do, we can use the JetBrains one that we used earlier. So now to use that, we can just do JetBrains. We can just copy that, come back here and paste that there. Now for the lock, right, channel item, lock, we can do margin left, set that to auto. And font size, by the way, if you're wondering what this is, it basically is the lock and other stuff. If I go here, some of these have different classes, right? So we'll have some have lock, so this is lock, right? We have badge, so basically the actual values, right? These badges right here. Just do margin auto. We'll set the background to be neon pink and also do color set to white. Font size set to 10 pixels as well. Font weight set that to 700. And here padding is same as 1 pixels and 6 pixels. And border radius is 8 pixels as well. And it has the same logo as that. Right. There we go. Actually decrease the font, increase the font size a little bit, and color, let's do text low, right? Yeah, that should be fine. Next thing we have is the voice user. So we'll do voice user, okay? Right? There we go. There it is. Now we have styled the thing. Also give it a color, the text actually. We've given gap, padding, and font size, right? Now let's style the image. The voice user image, we'll do width 20 pixels, height 20 pixels, border radius 50% to make it perfect circle, and object fit, I'm going to set it to cover. Good, it looks like they are working. There we go. Now for the image, so voice user icon, right? They will have very basic. I will have font size 11, and no neon sign. There we go. That should be fine. So that almost looks like a Discord channel. At least the sidebar. We have made that much, right? How long has it been? It's been an hour. Okay, not bad. We'll do self panel. We'll put the height to 58 pixels. This was supposed to be a height. Next thing we have is flex string to be 0. Background, set that to be 100E18. Display flex, align items center, gap of 8 pixels, padding set to be 0 and 8 pixels, border top to be 1 pixel solid, border soft. So it does look almost like that, right? Next thing we have is the self panel dot avatar. So this will have a very simple styling, a position relative and width and height of 34 pixels, right? Next is image. Now image also needs to have the same thing, but it will have the border radius set to 50% and object cover set to 50%. So it should be almost should be contained inside that, right? Next thing we have is the dot. So status, we have a panel, right? We can just do self panel dot status dot position set to absolute, and also do bottom -1, also do right -1, so do width 12 pixels, height 12 pixels as well. So do border radius, set that to 50%. Background, set that to neon cyan. And border, do 3 pixels, solid 100. And there we go. So that is the dot we're talking about. You see this dot right here? That is the dot we're talking about. Next thing we have is the self panel dot ooh, so we can just set the line height to be 1.15. Now for the text, right? Now for the text, which is the name and the thing, we'll just make it so that font size is 13.5 and font weight is that, right? Now for the actual stat, we'll put that inside there. So for the stat, which is the level 42 arcade that you see here, basically said put the text to low and font size to 11. Next is the tools. Tools are basically these buttons right here, right? which is the mute, deafening settings. So for the actual styling, we have put them something like this, right? Now next, what we can do is do self panel dot tools, and for individual button, we can set the width and height to be 30 pixels, border radius 6 pixels, also do color, text set to mid, and font size set to 15 pixels as well. Right, and next we can just put a hover effect. Hamis Beto, Hamis, how do you pronounce? Hamis Beto, welcome to the stream, man. How are you? Next we have self panel and hover button. We'll set that to background raised and high. So if we hover over it, you see there is that, but also I need to put a border radius. Yep, I messed up there. There we go. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the thing. So we have made this, right? It looks pretty nice. Now we have to have a styling for the main chat section right here. So we'll just do that. So we have the sidebar. So we'll just get over here, right? And yeah, that is pretty much it, guys. So there we go. So if you're new to the channel, hit that like button and subscribe again. Yeah, after this, here's the deal, guys. So I have to make the chat. So let's create a main here, right? Also give a chat header, change of name. So class we have is that style, give a color, give text below. Now it will not show up here because it's a completely different file, but once it renders, it should be there. Can you tell me which extension you're using to preview your code on live server? For that, we'll just search live server. Just the first one that pops up by Ritwik Day. There we go. And Aditya, welcome to the stream. So we have that, right? So we have to say that it's also general. So this is the header. Now this is header name, and next thing we have is the topic. So I have the topic right here. So just copy paste that. So this is the header with a CSS topic and bunch of dummy data. Next is we have actions div. So we'll just do actions. Inside this, I'll have a search box. I'll have a icon tag with FA solid, and I want a magnifying glass. So we'll do magnifying glass. And there we go. So inside the actions, right, there will be a bunch of icons, right? Basically specifying what we have. So I'm just gonna copy paste to see how it look like. So we have a bunch of icons tagged like this, right? Where did I make a mistake? Did I not close the button here? Okay. Right. So if I just, okay, I accidentally hit that. We'll see what's the issue here. Give me a second. So we have this, right? So it's saying is there an extra div here? Doesn't seem like it. I think so. Or I have some sort of unclosed tag. I just don't know which one. It doesn't tell me. So we have button. Oh, okay. There we go. Fixed it right here. And this seems to be not working as well. So let's go ahead and check that out too. So now it was our this. So the server, do pip. This div is inside there. Like that. And there we go. There should be, okay, then now this is, all of these are consistent, right? And yeah, that should be it for the actual header. So I'm hoping everything is working now. There we go. So we have created the chat header. Next thing we have is the messages. So we'll basically create, also do scroll thin, give a class of that. Now we have a bunch of messages. First, let's say we'll separate this by the driver and just say this as yesterday. So just basically kind of I forgot hyphen here. Now this will have messages class. Inside this, it will be a avatar, right? Now avatar, it will have an img tag. Now I'm just going to copy paste the first avatar like this. and it will have a body call of meta. Let's give a meta class, and here I can just give the name and just role and the timestamps for when the message was posted, right? So what we're gonna do here is just give the author. So we'll just do author Nova byte. Let's say that's just a random name. We'll give it a tab of pink, and then give a badge role, put this to host, and here give it a host class as well. Give it timestamp and 8:41 p.m. So next thing we have is a text. So what I need to do is so I'm basically copy pasting the entire thing. So what I'm doing essentially is just putting sub, right? So we have all of this. I'm going to explain. So we were until here. So it was the meta. So basically the name and time for the text was actually, the chat was actually presented, right? Next is actual text, what the user typed. Next, we have an image for basically user also sent in a message in the chat. And next we have the actual image right here, which is the name of the image, right? And the reaction. So let's say when you know how in Discord you can react to messages. So basically that, right? Now I'm gonna create a follow-up message. Here, I'm just gonna create a follow-up message. So here, after this message right here, so I'm just going to put that there. I'm going to put this, right? I'm going to put a follow-up message, basically the time and the text. That's it. We have another message after this, right? So we have another message here. So this is the same concept. We have the actual text. So the user actually only sent the text, and then we also said the who actually sent the message. So in this case, it just pulled out there. After this message, we have another message, right? So we're just pulling out dummy data, nothing fancy here. So it's basically the same thing. There's the user data, there's the actual pin. So there's also a pin in the text to put a mention. We'll basically use the mention class to put there. And then we can also use the title of description and all of that, right? And then we can just probably style this at this point. We can just go ahead and style this. So we have all of that. Let's go ahead and style this image, or style this layout. So we were at self pin button. So we'll just style the main first. So we'll just do main, set the flex to be 1. Also do display set to be flex. And here we'll do flex direction set to column. So do min width set to 0. Also set the background to be void. And background image will just make it whatever. So that we should be fine, right? We'll put radial gradient. To 5546. 0.06. We'll also put that to be transparent at 45 degrees. That is one. We have another. This one was for top left. So we have another to bottom right, right? With almost a different color and the same transparency. So there is a read ingredient right here, as you can see. Next we have is the chat header, basically the general chat header right here. We'll do header and just do height. Height, set that to be 56 pixels. Also do flex, set that to flex shrink, and display flex. And align item set to center, and gap set to 12 pixels as well. And padding set to 0 and 18 pixels. And border bottom set to 1 pixel solid. Border soft. We'll do background. So the background to be 23, 19, 32, and 0.6. Now we'll just do backdrop filter to blur 6 pixels as well. Chat header, next is ch name. Now for the header, there we go. I misspelled the name for some reason. For name, what we can do, and just give font weight 700, font size 15.5. Display that, and there we go. Display center, line item center, and yeah. And for topic, right? And for topic, what we have is we can just do chat header and chat topic. For chat topic, what we can do, just give this. So here we have done is give color to text low, right? Font size 13, padding 12, margin left 4 pixels, border left 1 pixels, white space no wrap, overflow hidden, and text overflow set to ellipse. So that is for the thing. So now for the action, which is all of this, we'll call all of that action. Do chat header and dot action. So just do that. So for this, we have given margin left auto, display to flex, and line item center, gap to be 18 pixels, and font size 17. So look something like this, which looks pretty nice. So that is for the header to be done, right? So we have that. Now, for the search box right here, so what we can do for search box is make it a flex index. So we can do dot chat header search box and just do display flex, align item set to center, gap to 6 pixels as well, background set to 0, 0F0D16. So that is the color that we'll be using. And the border radius set to 6 pixels. Also do padding. Also do padding set to 5 pixels and 8 pixels as well. And then give font size of 13 pixels. And here set the color to be text low. And then just give width of 150 pixels. So that is the search bar, right? Looks pretty okay. Now for the most important part, that is messages. So we'll do for the messages container. For the messages container, we'll just put the flex to be 1. And overflow Y, I'm gonna set to auto. And do padding, we'll set that 18 pixels, 0, 18 pixels as well. So that is all of it for the container. Now I have to style the individual messages, right? Now for day divider, which is it was yesterday, we'll put another message we're calling like today, right? So for day divider, this will be the code. So it will basically make the thing flex, align item center, and then gap 12 pixels, color, font size, all of that. So if I go here now, right? I search the, okay, I typed driver. Okay, so this is how it look like, as you can see. It says yesterday, right? This is the day divider. So we have that, so we can just put it like that. Next thing we have is the before and after state for the day divider. So we'll just do before and day divider after. But for the syntax for that is the double colon. And inside this, we'll just put a content of empty. Also do flex 1, also do height, set that to 1 pixels, and we'll just do background to border soft. And there we go. Giving it width and height does make it like this. So this is before yesterday and after yesterday. So basically put a small height of this 1 pixel, so it kind of behaves like a line, because container, if you put a 1 pixel line, it behaves like a line, right? And flex 1 basically sets the flex grow parameter to 1. That basically means to take the entire space for itself. I hope you got that. Next thing we have is message. Now for that, we'll just do display flex. Gap 16 pixels. Trying to be 2 pixels. 22 pixels. Position set to be relative. I know. Next we have is message hover. Background is set to 255, 255, 255, and 0.05. Just like that. Now for the avatar, so much as avatar, we'll just set the width to be 40 pixels. height to be 40 pixels as well. And border radius, we'll set that to be 50%. Object fit, we'll set that to be cover. And margin top, we'll do 4 pixels, and flex shrink will do 0. Now we have to check why is not it working. So if we go to tools, do MSG, so let's do avatar. Don't need to give that thing, it's fine. Fix it in a bit. Just to body column. So here we'll just put the flex to be 1 and min width set to 0 and padding set to 6 pixels and 0. Right? Now next thing that we have display flex. Margin bottom set to 2 pixels. Flex wrap set to wrap. Right? Not wraps, wrap. Let's do the author now. Do author. Font weight set that to 700. Also do font size set to 15 pixels as well. MSG dot author and dot tag pink. We can just do color. Set that to neon pink as well. So I have a bunch of tag, but depending on what tag it is. So I have cyan and thing. So right here, the problem arises when it is not. So there is something wrong in HTML, right? And now let's quickly just do this, right? I think I messed up the style here. So go to main. Okay, I see another issue here that is hashtag, but that is none of our issue. So the thing that happened is I nested somewhere that I cannot tell where. But I did do it. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It should be right over here. Did that fix it? Kinda, almost did. Do which class? We have avatar, right? We don't need a div at all. Here we can just give this a class of avatar.
Okay, that fixed it. Where's chat? Wait. There we go. Now, next thing that we have here is the badge rule, right? So we'll just do message dot badge role. So for that, we'll just do font size 9.5 pixels. Also do font weight set to 700, padding set to 1 pixels and 6 pixels. Also do border radius set to 4 pixels. Also do letter spacing. I'll do 0.05 em, not that. And there we go. The styling for that is already done. We still have to do for the image, I guess. So we'll just do badge role host. Badge role, we'll just do badge role dot host. So for host, we'll change the background to be neon pink dim, right? And then we can change the color to be var neon pink. And then we can change the border to be 1 pixel solid neon pink as well. So that is how we'll do it. It looks pretty nice. Now I also have for the mod a similar thing. So I'm just gonna copy paste, and there we go. It just basically has a different value for the mod, right? So one thing I forgot to style is the scroll, or the scroll thing, right? Next we have is the timestamp. So timestamp will be very simple. Timestamp basically means when was the text put out. So timestamp will be very simple. Font size will decrease the font size. Color will be text low, and the font family will be JetBrains Mono. Next thing we have is the message text. So for the text messages, we'll basically use very simple styling as well. So we'll basically put font size, put that to there, and line height set to that, and color to that color, right? Well, text basically means these text right here, the user chat messages. And now we have to strictly change the styling for mentions, right? If there is a mention, we have to style that. We have to do that. So do now. Give me a second, guys. Let me drink some water. Next thing we have is, what do we have? Is the image for the thing. So we'll just do image will be very simple. It will just be, okay, I'm copy pasted the wrong thing.
We'll do message image. We'll do margin top, set that to 8 pixels. Also do border radius set to 10 pixels. Overflow to hidden. Max width to 420 pixels. So do border to 1 pixel, solid, border soft, and then position set to relative. There we go. So that is the picture, right? So next we have to style the actual image. So we'll do message image img. We'll set the width to 100%. The display, set that to block as well. Now we need to style the caption as well. Now that caption is class. So we'll do position set that to absolute. We'll do bottom 0, set to left to 0. We'll do left to 0. We'll do padding, set that to 8 pixels and 10 pixels as well. We'll do font size, set to 11 pixels. And just do background. We'll do linear gradient to top. RGBA will set the value to be something around here. And we'll just do transparent. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the caption, right? Now for the message aimed, so we'll just, for embedded like this, we'll just put a width and height, a max of width and height of that. We have border left, 4 pixels, solid, neon cyan, background of rays, border radius, and padding. So it'll look something like this. So if I comment that out, save it, right? This is what it does. There we go. So, and that also is the pen right here. The pen looks something like this. And yeah, that is pretty much it, right? For that. So next is title. So we'll just do message embedded dot e title. Do font weight set to 700. Font size set to 14 pixels. Color, do neon cyan. So do margin bottom set to 4 pixels as well. So that is pretty much it. Next is we have the description. So we'll do that and e dot description. Font size we'll do 13 pixels. We'll put the color to be text mid, and we'll put the line height to be 1.4. So that's the footer, right? So we'll just footer. We'll not do something else. We'll just, for footer, we'll do margin top to be 8 pixels, display flex, line item center, and just basically do that, right? Next is the reaction. So reaction will be just something like this. So it'll just be a flex container and all of that. Now per reaction, what I can do is do display set to flex, align item set to center, gap set to 5 pixels. Also do background set to raised as well, right? And do border set to 1 pixel, solid, soft, like that. We'll do border radius set to 10 pixels. And then we have padding set to 2 pixels and 8 pixels as well. Also give a font size, decrease a font size a little bit. And color set to mid. And then we have transition, 0.2 seconds at ease. Now to make the reaction, so we'll put a reaction.mine. So we have a reaction.mine where like it will say when you click on this, we'll basically put a state for the thing. So I just have the style copied right here. So this is that. So this, when you react to something, it will look something like that. That's basically the styling for that, right? Next thing we have is the reaction hover. So when you hover, when to border color, change to neon cyan. Also do color to neon cyan as well. Neon cyan as well, and cursor set to pointer. So we'll do something like this, and there we go. Right. So follow-up message to style that. We'll just do style that to that. Padding left to 0, and also set the visibility to hidden, right? Of that. There we go. There is a message, so I'm just gonna cut that. Let's do 8:44. Just gonna close that. Right. Actually, I'm going to style this actually. So here we have the hover time. So for the hover time, right, you can just style it something like this. So we'll do make sure that I have do follow up and do hover time. Let's set that to mono, and there we go. Right. Next thing we have is the hover. So when you hover over it, we'll just make it the date come out, just like that, right? And yeah, next is the type indicator. So we have to first make that, right? So let's go ahead and go to, after the message scroll, right? Now if I go somewhere here, do message scroll. After this, I'm just going to create typing indicator. So this basically will trigger every time someone is typing. So this will be a dummy type indicator that we'll be building here, right? we have built up until here. So we will stream for 2 hours and let's get them done and get this done, right? So here, and then if we have leftover, we'll do it in next part. We're leaving it a little bit too much. Now, let's just build a type indicator and call it a day. Here we have typing dots. The dots will be a bunch of spam tags. So they'll just basically will be spam, right? So let's put like 3 spam tags, like right after another. And then we'll put another span here, will basically be the text, say is typing, just like that. And here we'll just give a class of color, not color, we'll give a style, color of var, just do text, set that to mid, right? So that is the wrapper. And then we have this. So we'll just do typing indicator. We'll just put the padding to be around 4 pixels, 22 pixels, and 12 pixels. We'll do font size, set that to 12.5 pixels. Also do colors, set that to text low as well. Just do display flex and align items set to center and gap of 8 pixels. Now we can style the typing dots, right? We'll do display flex and we'll do gap of 3 pixels. Now to create the dots, we'll start all the span tag with we'll give the span tag width and height. And border radius 50%. Also do background set to neon cyan. Also do animation. So this will be a bounce animation that we'll be making. So it'll be bounce 1 second, infinite, right? So we'll be giving an animation delay of the bounce. So the way that it will make, we'll make this is we'll be giving the animation delay for each dot. So the first dot will bounce, and then after a few seconds or like after a couple milliseconds, another ball will bounce. It will basically be like that. You'll see what I'm talking about right here. So we'll be typing dots. First we'll do select the nth child, we'll select the second child. I'll give an animation delay. We'll give a animation delay of 0.15 seconds. So the animation for this will trigger 0.15 second later than the first dot, right? Same for this one. Let's increase it by 0.15 again, so making that a 3. Now let's make the bounce keyframe, right? So we'll just do keyframes for bounce. Do 0%, 60%, and then 100%. We'll just do transform, translate to Y, put that to 0. Opacity, set that to 0.4, right, initially. And at 30%, we can just transform that into translate we'll translate that to negative 0.5 pixels and also set the opacity to 1. So as you can see, there is a typing animation, right? Next is composer wrap. So we'll just do wrap. We'll give the padding to be 0, 22 pixels, and 22 pixels as well. And then we'll do flex shrink to 0. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the thing, right? Next thing we have is to make that composer. So we'll just do composer wrap. Inside this, we'll basically make the composer div. This will have a icon of circle plus. So we'll just do circle plus. So there we go. And I'll give it another class of add button to style it from the CSS. It will also have a title of upload a file, right? And next we'll make a input field. So here input field will have ID of input message, type text, placeholder, type message in general, and we'll have a handle send event in case if there is an event, we'll just put it there, right? So every time there is a key press, we'll basically do that. So every time we type something, we can just say someone is typing, right? Next thing we have is the group. So there will be a bunch of this will be a icon group, which basically will have a bunch of icon group. Inside will have a bunch of icons like gift, smile, and microphone. It's basically all the normal Discord does have, right? And yeah, after that, we should be done. We can just go to here. We'll do dot composer. We'll change the background to be background raised and border radius to be 12 pixels. Display flex, align items center, also do gap of 10 pixels. Padding to be around the same thing, right? Give me a second, guys. And now we have to create a focus. We'll just create that, right? And use a add button. So for add button, we'll basically do this. For input, we'll basically use the normal input styling. We'll just make sure that it takes the entire place for itself. So we'll do input field, just do that. So if you full screen it, we'll take the entire place for itself, right? Here we have background none, border none, outline none, color takes to that. And then we also have enter onto that. Now for the placeholder, I want to make sure the placeholder a little low, a little less dark. So we'll just put it there. Next thing we have is the icon group on the right here. To style that, it's very simple. Display flex, we have 14, text mid, and font size 19. So there we go. Next, we have the icon group. And lastly, for the hover, right now, if you hover, nothing happens. Now we'll make it so when you hover, the color changes and the cursor sets to pointer, just like there. So for now, that is our thing, right? And yeah, that is pretty much it, right? So here we have typing indicator. I misspelled that to there. And yeah, now the spacing is fine. So that is it for the styling, right? And next thing that we have on the list is our member sidebar. So for now, we are just going to do on here. I hope you liked it. If you did, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'll see you guys in another stream where I'll continue this from here. Right now, it's been really late, and yeah, I'll see you guys in another stream. Till then, bye bye.